From the House of Texas. So let's start with our legal proceedings. Correct with the legal proceedings addressing.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Akansha. How are you?
Morning, sir.
Hi. So there are right. I will not say any a single word because early morning we'll work on our topics.
Yes, sir.
That is beyond my capacity. Whoever needs it, leave it. ये सब काम मेरा नहीं है. AC, fan, tubelight का. समझा क्या? चलो, let's start with our work, and attendance will be allowed to send after some time. I'll see who wants to not study. So tell me, we have started with the history new chapter, correct? Of course, that is completed. You have to now start bringing your textbooks of history because we will be slowly moving into our most important morning stuff, correct? So growth of nationalism will lead to 2 other chapters, in fact 3 other chapters. Growth of nationalism, how many points we have done? Formation of immediate of the INC. Formation of INC have completed. Good. That's good. Now the factors supporting or put this heading, exact heading from the volume. Factors. The chapter completed. Wait. Initial heading. Factors promoting the growth of nationalism. Did we do that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, then we can write the next new chapter. It is the first phase of INC. Correct?
Yes.
International movement, but we will say it is INC only. So put today's date, write this heading, and no, just the introduction. Yeah, INM is International Movement and INC is the International Congress. You write International Congress. Third phase of INC. Now you have to find out the years. Yeah. Chill. Pick up your textbook. Anyone have a textbook? Thank you. Keep it aside with your UT volume. So write these headings in your notebook. Put today's date. It's 1885. And the small here and there talks topic. This will be from 1995. Everyone put today's date and write the heading.
You've read all 3?
All 3, because anyway, one chapter only we can do. But write all the 3. So how these 3 phases of INC is divided on what we will do that also. Write the heading growth of nationalism, and that chapter we have completed. Now we'll be going with this. The years you have to remember. That's very important. after writing either your volume or your textbook. That will go into first phase of INC. By next lecture, I think we will come back to our normal routine. Some schools are already. So you keep all your history and civics notes ready. When we meet, I think next probably my next lecture, not today, will be in the evening.
Yes.
I want you guys to keep your books with all the assignments complete. I hope there will be close to 1 week time. Your notebooks of history,
Yes.
my notes will be. And both the volumes also. And even the online students, you have to complete it and put a snap, what do you call it? What do you call it? Snap or anything into my Zoom chat. I will invite you all the three, all the four. Swastika, Akansha.
So from the next week, I am coming offline.
Oh, good. Who? Brave Bharat. Coming to Kharghar,
No,
is
sir.
it?
No, sir. Parth.
You are coming to Kharghar.
Sir, Parth.
I know. It's okay. He's coming. Kharghar only, na?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No, that's okay. We might see that I'm addressing to someone else. So now, anything that you remember, my last lecture, the same day, same time, and the same place. Growth of nationalism. What did you remember? Now they are turning the pages. I told you well before my lectures, you should be ready. Anybody? How many points we have done for growth of nationalism? Okay. What was that immediate objective? You can please stand up and read. Looking at the book also the emotions. Okay, that's good. Then we have done. Thank you.
The next is develop and consolidate the feelings of national unity among the people, irrespective of caste, creed, religion.
Irrespective. Very good. Is there any other point that you feel very important?
Ilbert will controversy.
Very good. This is the controversy I need not to discuss in the morning. Thank you. But I'll try to discuss back maybe after a few minutes down the line. Because controversy morning when discuss. Chicken chal. And is there any other point you would like to tell me looking at the book? Growth factors supporting the growth of nationalism. 1 minute. He is given the chance.
Economic exploitation
Of
of the peasants.
terrors.
And then
I9 उतना ही है और भी है ना पूरा कम्युनिटी ही है ठीक है बैठ जा गुड Brahma Samaj founded by wonderful Rajaram Mohan Roy. Is there any other Samaj? Any other Samaj?
Satya Shodhak Samaj.
Very good. Satya Shodhak Samaj by Jyotiba Phule. Am I correct? So when we move away from this chapter, we are slowly getting into the phases. Why do we need a phases? Because now we have to analyze the freedom struggle right from the formation of till we are getting
Independence.
So now we have to analyze step by step. So what does this INC have done? Now if I have already stepped in INC, the last question, can you tell me by whom and when it was established? Please get it. Looking at the book, I don't want any early morning disaster. Very good. Look into the volume and there. I want everyone's involvement so that meantime he search. You get it. The next person. Very good. Who? Okay. Remain standing. Take me. That is sweet.
She was formed by AO.
AO? You said Humayun? Okay, 1885. He was AO Hume. Anything else you would like to add to him?
Sir, he was a retired army.
Please get up, Hare Krishna.
He was a retired army general.
Third civil servant of the British.
Wonderful, thank you. He was a retired British civil servant. From which area he has been retired? Any idea? England. Okay, good. It is England. But he was working in India only. The place called Shimla. He was an IAS officer posted there. Now, could anybody now tell me who was the person and when was it established? INC. In which year it was, man? 1885. Sit down. Any idea why did a British fellow wanted to start?
Because
Shall I?
Yes. Who is it?
Because they wanted to divert the Indians from a revolt, so they took us towards the peaceful path so that they can actually continue ruling us.
Wonderful. He want to divert the tensions of the Indians. Anyone from other person online? Akansha, Parth. In fact, we have two approach. One approach we call it as a safety valve approach. Anybody understood that word safety valve? Good.
sir, they showed like they are understanding the problems of Indians and they are solving it, but they weren't. They were just ignoring them and saying them they will do.
Wonderful. Ignoring them. Wonderful. Any other thing? What is that safety valve? I just said it, but I don't know.
Petition.
Anybody? Petitions. But how do you connect petition and safety valve? I don't understand. I've given an example of one thing that we use it in our kitchen.
Sir, I don't know that thing, but I know.
What's okay, whatever it is.
Petitions being safety valves as educated people would put petitions to the Governor General of.
Wonderful. Sit down.
Yeah, and then
There's a lot of sweat in your face. Pehले sweat kar le face. Bet. Aara वहाँ तक है बा?
Yes.
My dear students are so hot and अभी तुझे आ रहा है भाई साहब नहीं आ रहा तो इधर आके बैठ. So when I use the word safety valve, you have to tell me only one thing. There was growing tension in the minds of the Indians, educated Indians, and there was like a situation was a hot boiling pressure cooker. Any time it might burst. So they provided a small vent. Vent is what? Sir, please, why don't you write the petition, sir? We are there to forget your petition only. ऐसा नहीं बोला रहेगा. We are there to consider a petition. So when you write some complaint, at least you are happy that our complaint is going to the department. But that is a different thing. Complaint is going to the dustbin only. But at least going. At least you have the feeling. Oh, मैंने letter लिखा और वो accept भी कर लिया.
चेयरमैन को लेटर लिखते ये सोच के कि चेयरमैन साइन पे पड़
बराबर है. चेयरमैन के पॉकेट में नहीं डालने का उसके मुंह में डालने. So when I use the word safety valve, you have to tell me only one thing. So they diverted the attention of the Indians. Don't fight for your rights. Write for your rights. What is the difference between fight and write? So when we write in your paper, we fight for the marks. तो इधर आधा क्यों दिया, उधर 1 क्यों दिया, है ना? Then you write your own columns. Then we have the fight going this way. So when you are writing for me the petition, at least the mind which is full of tension against the British slowly will move away. And that it served initially. But with the passage of time, what is happening? INC becoming stronger and stronger. The first phase we are going to understand nothing but it is a period of moderates. Who are these moderates? Who believed in happy relation? You are happy? You read my petition? I am writing one more petition. You are acting on it? I am waiting for it. Basically, sorry to use that word early morning. Basically, they are elite. As my good friend early morning saying, fools. Sorry if you're educated. But it is the British who wanted them to act like that only, and they were perfectly acting. Initially, बच्चा जब teacher के साथ एकदम friendly रहता तो सारा काम करेगा. ये कर वो कर डस्टर सब करे. एक दिन सर ने क्या उसको गुस्से में बोल दिया. अब बोलो मैं करके. है ना? डस्टर कौन है तू? Erase the board. Why should I? Please get the chalk. Who are you to tell me? Look how the dialogue is changing. इसके पहले मैम ने yes बोलो मैडम अभी जाके लेकर So we were pro-British. You understand pro-British? So initial demands of the objectives of the INC we will be writing. Initially, as they were less powerful, initially they will be like that. But once the membership grew, once their expansion of the power grew, they started having two wings within the same heading. What is the two wings? A new wing of youth blood, maybe like you guys. That youth blood thought that Azadi, you know Azadi? Or the Swaraj must be quick and must be snatched from the British. We must fight for it. Don't request. Don't beg. You are not doing any meherbani on us. You have pulled our freedom. So I have the every right to catch your collar and pull it towards me. So there arises from moderates to a group called extremists. Abhi extremists ek minute, dono ko deta. If I say the word extremists, people today understand. If I fight slogans against the present government, I am also going to get the name in history. Nothing is. You will be getting that 1, 2, 3 counting of the bars. And IPC section so and so you are inside. No problem, sir. Udhar baith ke bhi yahi kaam kar. When I use the word period of second phase, I am saying we are moving away from 1907. We will be having a split in the Congress. The split is nothing but it is the method of working. It is the actions they are taking. When we have Motilal Nehru, when we have Subhash Chandra Bose, when we have C.R. Das, Chittaranjan Das. So always the youth leader and the old leader have difference of opinion. As you guys early morning might be dashing with your mother saying generation gap.
No, sir.
हाँ, मम्मी बोलता है गैप में टिफिन नहीं मिलेगा, चलेगा, पहला वो दे दे, बाद में गैप से उससे. So why I'm using the word generation gap? Because the gap is nothing but it is the gap of thinking. It is gap of the action. It is gap of how do you act. If you say any word to a old age fellow, they will take the action, but definitely not immediately. सोचेंगे, कल तक कर देंगे, हो जाएगा. But you say youth fellow, अभी का अभी चाहिए. Correct, Anna? Yes, so sir. Now that thinking has been trying to come into the which group? INC group. What is your query? Sir, what is? Yeah, what was your? ठीक है, रहने दे उसको पूछने का इसे.
Sir, query नहीं है, but आप कल बोल रहे थे ना कि letter अभी petitions में ऐसा है. 15th को अगर कर रहे हो तो I will come 14th itself.
Wonderful. He is going to give an ultimatum. So मैं letter के लिए ready कर, वो बेचारा डब्बा भी ready रखेगा. इधर ही बच भी पड़ेगा और उधर ही डालेगा. So when I'm trying to give you this period of extremism, I'm trying to move away from this phase also. 1916, that is I will be pulling from 1915 to till we are going to achieve independence. This is how we say the moderates and extremists together putting a huge pressure on whom? The Britishers. These are the time when we are going to have civil disobedience movement, non-cooperation movement, quit India movement, Karu ya Maro. It is that do or die. हम लोग को नहीं, गांधी जी ने बोला उस time. सर हमको क्यों बोल रहे हैं ना? So it is a program called do or die. So these are the phases. थोड़ा time के बाद मैंने sign कर दिया. These are the phases in which we are trying to say that Congress is pushing the British to quit India. So finally on 15th August 1947, India is achieving the freedom. Actually midnight में मिला. That's why many people who are sleeping, they come today and say, "Sir, वो तो सोते समय दिया ना, उससे मुझे मालूम नहीं था." बोला मिल गया. बोला very good sir. फिर ये time हमको chocolate जरा extra देते. So we always believe these three phases, we are going to end our Indian history, and wonderfully we'll be starting the European history. European history, where we'll be having your favorite topics called World War I and World War II. But one thing you have to remember, in between these three phases, we will have a small chapter of a party called Muslim League. So now, what is Muslim League? Yes, so that we will be studying. So, but then what we have to understand, slowly when the Congress is becoming popular and popular, they are having some factionalism. What is factionalism? One group of people do not participate in INC. It is nothing but it is a Muslim League. The most popular leader was M.A. Jinnah. Who is M.A. Jinnah? Founder of the Pakistan, or his name is Barrister Muhammad.
Leader of Muslim League.
Leader of the Muslim League. Oh, he also knows it.
So who's boycotting?
So we always believe it is the British government policy of divide and rule. Dividing whom? The Indians, because they think that INC is becoming much more stronger. It's okay, it's okay. Hey, जब याद आएगा मुझे पूछ.
Constitution is boycott हुआ था Muslim League.
तो रुक जा, तू है ना थोड़ा different track में जा, बाद में बता. Okay. You are asking after 1947. Yes. Wait. हम लोग अभी तक before 1947 में ही है. खाना बनाने भाई साहब अभी सलाद लेकर आ रहा है. पहले खाना तो बनने दे, फिर सलाद का ingredient बाद में बता. So we always believe that this party, although formed by this Muhammad Ali Jinnah, there was a strong group. There was a strong sentiment. It was infused in by the Britishers only. Do not enter into INC. So understood? So we are moving to first phase, then we'll be getting into second phase, and we'll be moving into third phase. These are three different chapters. We have to go one by one. So today we are going to go into first phase of INC, right? Few lines of introduction. Then we will only start the chapter. In fact, they have given in your textbook all the three phases. You can write early nationalist phase. Early nationalist phase. The meaning they have given. Early nationalist phase. 2. What is the second phase? The assertive phase. The assertive. Second phase is called assertive phase. And what is the third phase we say? It is the stepping of the great leader, Mahatma Gandhi.
Sir, can you tell me the page number?
Wait. It is called as Gandhian era. It is page number 34 of your Morning Star book. No need to open. I'm going to put it all here. Third phase of INC is called as Gandhian era.
Sir, did the Britishers suggest Jinnah to form a different party?
वो मैं अंदर की बात जरा खुल के बताता हूँ. आने दे.
I have heard about
We will open the polls of certain departed souls of Indians in National Congress. I didn't say that Congress of our country only had a secret agreement with the British. आप जाइए और हम अपना नाम और advertisement थोड़ा कर लेंगे. Shall we? So write few lines of introduction. We are only going to touch this topic today. Are you understanding? These two topics will be later. Let me write that also. ये मत लिख देना. बोले later ये कौन सा topic है sir?
Later second.
Not now. Okay. So write few lines of introduction. Formation of INC. Formation of INC. Introduction for first phase. Formation of INC.
Sir, एक के नाम से लेके one.
Yes, अजीब doubt. First, introduction of formation of INC by AOU. Formation of INC by AOU. A retired. What is the place I told morning? Shimla. A retired civil servant from Shimla. इसे मैंने थोड़ा सा extra detail निकाला तो ये मालूम है. A retired civil servant from Shimla. ये वो him. A retired civil servant from Shimla. Encouraged. From Shimla. Encouraged. The new practice of double inverted comma open, you write petitions. Petitions. Second point. This phase. Now write it in the bracket 1885 to 1907. 1907. This phase 1885 to 1907 also referred as. I am going to give the meaning. Also referred as double inverted comma open. The early nationalist phase. Also referred as the early nationalist phase.
आपने बोला कि first page 1885 1907.
वो 1905 से एक और एक important event है, उसे लोग ने दोबारा खींचा है. You don't worry, I'll have to tell all the reasons. Some of the important leaders of some of the next point. Some of the important leaders are or were not are. Sorry. Some of the important leaders were. If you are having a textbook, you use it page number 34. Even in the volume they might have given. It is W.C. Banerjee. Huh? I don't know, it should be Banerjee, but we'll follow the textbook. W.C. Banerjee. It is Umesh Chandra Banerjee. Vyomesh. आप लोग W.C. लिखना. W.C. Banerjee as per the textbook. हाँ. Careful with the spelling. Both volume also has and both textbook also has. Ras Bihari Bose. Bose or a Ghosh? Sorry. Ras. अरे बाबा इधर है. Child has really marked open the third eye and forgotten the other two eye. Ras Bihari Ghosh. Next. Surendranath. उधर से देख के लिखने का. I'm just reading it. Surendranath Banerjee. I'm giving all popular leaders. R.C. Dutt. Dutt. Boy. Dadabhai Nauroji. Important leaders. नहीं सेम ओनली नाम ही जाएगा. दादाभाई नौरोजी. G.K. Gokhale. G.K. Gokhale. I'm just shortening the names. P. Mehta, that is Firod Shah Mehta. P for Penang. And Justice Ranade. And Justice, that is M.G. Ranade. Mahadev Govindrav Ranade. Next point, we are changing. I'm waiting. He was an extremist. He is not a moderate. He was the most dreaded person for British. उनके सपने में क्या हर टाइम वही दिखता था. Next person, next point. These leaders strongly believed in. This is how I'll be explaining. These leaders strongly believed in open. नहीं किया. अभी देखो एक 5 मिनट. These leaders strongly believed in open-minded and moderate politics. Moderate politics. Loyalty to the British Crown. And this is what I want to explain. Moderate politics, loyalty to the British Crown. Loyalty to the British Crown. Yes. Now you can hold on for a while, pull your heels or your palms, and understand these lines. Moderate politics, open-minded moderate politics, loyalty to the British Crown. Now let us explain these 3 big words. How do you explain that what open-minded people are? When the Britishers are saying that you don't have any rights to fight with us, they'll say no problem, sir. We will think over. We are there to give you training for the next 100 years. Good, sir. We were waiting for this only. Look how they are open-minded. And then when they say the word moderate, these are those people like you and me today. Sir, chalta hai na sir? Chalega? Nahi chalega. Abhi ka abhi mujhe chahiye. They are not like that. Why they are like that? As somebody told me early morning, sir, educated. I don't want to use that word. So bar mat. Unka atma shanti. So when you use the word educated people, they generally don't believe in muscle politics. You understand what is the meaning of that muscle politics?
Yes,
In some other branches, call me, sir, आपके bodybuilding में वाला बस वो एक बात की. So
one party is stronger.
Muscle politics means today in India there are some political party which uses both money power and muscle power. Whereas these moderates, no money power, no muscle power, only mind power. और माइंड में ऐसा कोई अग्रेसिव नहीं है. Mind power means I'll explain. When they say that you come next week, we will discuss for the same. They'll say thank you, sir. They'll get up without asking why should I come next week. You know, there are certain people for anything and everything they'll ask you why only. Why? Your name? Why? हाँ, उसका काम ही यही है, why ही पूछेगा, क्योंकि उसके आगे Z नहीं बोलेगा. You don't come today. Why? Why did you come here? Why? अरे आगे तो बढ़ why के आगे. Here these people are not why. They are yes people. Why का yes. Will you come next week? Yes. Will you wait for some time? Yes. Will you come the next month? Yes. हाँ yes. तो अभी y को मैं s में convert कर रहा हूँ. समझ में आ रहा है?
Yes, sir.
So he is asking me the meaning of that muscle power. अभी हमारे इंडिया में उस टाइम पर अभी गन और बुलेट्स तो ज्यादा नहीं था इंडियंस के पास. They carry a लाठी with them. ना अभी भी कुछ हरियाणवी एंड वो गांव वाले ऐसे बोलते हैं, ओए लाठी लेके
Chart.
हाँ जाट कम्युनिटी. करेक्ट. मतलब उनका काम है मुंह कम बात करेगा और लाठी ज्यादा बात करेगा. मैंने पूछा ये क्या है? जिसकी लाठी उसी की भैंस. मतलब किधर भैंस? तू ही तो है सामने जो खड़ा है. So these are those people. They were complete moderates, sir. Very happy people. And they say we are very loyal to whom? Your queen. एक बार क्वीन का एक एम्बलम क्या आ गया वहां से साइन डाल के, वाओ क्वीन साइन. मैंने बोला वाव क्या वाव 200 साल तुमको अपना जूती बनाने वाले. वाव ब्रिटिश क्राउन. This kind of people. So I have to tell them these are those people who are already having in their mind. Don't worry, British are good people. Don't worry, they come here to give you upliftment. So if to क्यों petition लिख रहा है? That is my job. I want to become popular. है ना, कुछ students class में doubts इसलिए भी पूछते हैं कि किसी पे थोड़ा impression पड़ जाए. फिर उसके बाद पूछा क्यों doubt पूछा? मुझे थोड़ी doubt था ऐसे. और कुछ students ऐसे भी है, सर का knowledge check करना है ना. Sorry 1940s बेटा तो born नहीं हुआ. नहीं, मेरा दादाजी का question है. वो बेचारा चल बसे बट आज तक मेरा बापू ने भी वो डाउट क्लियर नहीं किया.
सर पर दादाजी.
तो हाँ पर दादाजी. फिर मैं बोलेगा तुझे क्यों लगता मैं क्लियर करेगा? नहीं मुझे भी ऐसा नहीं लग रहा बट लेट मी चेक. So I am trying to say that you are very loyal. Loyal to whom? Then will you fight angrily to the? So I will show you maybe in the second lecture certain videos where Mahatma Gandhi is entering to London. I might have shown you also the second roundtable conference where the people are chanting the names of Mahatma Gandhi. British people. So British people will be shocked. Yaar, ye idhar bhi hero. And they want to see one glimpse of that fellow called Mahatma Gandhi. Although the commentator insults him by saying he is wearing a chappal. And he is not wearing a straight jacket because London mein cold tha. He is such an ordinary Gandhi. There are so many crowd. He doesn't enter the hall from the front entry. He enters from the back entry. And then when he comes out, that is the time people
why?
Because so many crowds and Gandhi doesn't want to have an embarrassment before getting into. And when he comes out, people come and people just want to say, oh, this is that fellow who is shaking the roots of the British Parliament. But dikhta hai very ordinary, short. And the clothes they have seen half nude only. Jaldi karo, he is waiting. So we always believe that these people are those who want to fight and who don't want to fight also. So here comes a confusion still. Who want to fight? Guys, let it be going slowly. So we always believe, so they are complete loyal to whom? British. Samajh mein aaya? Write the next point. Beliefs of early nationalists. Beliefs of early, next subheading under the same. हाँ सब कुछ. अभी ये पूरा first phase
Sir,
चालू
this
हो
is the
गया.
next heading.
Next heading under the first phase only. Beliefs of early nationalists. Point number 1. They had faith in beliefs of early nationalists. In कहाँ से? They had faith in sense of justice, fair play, play. British are doing a correct job. Honesty. These are bada words. Honesty and integrity of the British. Fair play, honesty and integrity of the British. It is all there in the textbook. Page number 35.
Sir, after fair play,
Honesty and integrity of the British. Second point. They believed in British rule. They believed in the British rule. Where is the attendance sheet? इधर देना सो तो रहा है जैसे भी कर टीसी से भी कर अभी क्या गवर्नर थोड़ी चेक करना है ओ माय गॉड यू हैव साइंड इन द लास्ट पेज लास्ट लेक्चर कौन साइन करके बैठा है सिर्फ 2 लेक्चर का साइन करो जल्दी कर उसको दो डोंट आस्क हिम टू वेट neither you see his face nor you show his face करने वेरी गुड बहुत बड़ा सत्याग्रह Ooh, blackness. Second, they believed in the British rule will bring many benefits. That British rule will bring many benefits, and they believed in British rule will bring many benefits, and it would help Indians. And it would help many Indians to clear their growing problems. Many Indians help Indians to clear their problems. Social and economic. Clear their growing problems. Social and economic. Bus. Change the para. Hence, HENC. Don't write HEN as my mistake also. It's okay. Early morning mein hence dikhta hai. They believed in
problem after, sir, going
full
to
stop.
problem.
Hence they believed in constitutional and peaceful methods. Hence they believed in constitutional and peaceful methods. To achieve their aims. Constitutional and peaceful methods to achieve their aims. I want everyone to go through because there are some 6 or 7 points in your textbook which I given hardly 2 lines only. Exam mein itna hi likha. If they ask you what are the beliefs of this early nationalists, then
textbook में मार कर दे
नहीं मत मार कर उसी का पूरा मैंने जूस बना के दे दिया था. हाँ बिल्कुल. Why are you munching the sugar cane? Hey guys,
इंडिपेंडेंस को गोल नहीं था ICSE का
गोल था बट आराम से ना क्या जल्दी क्या वो खुद बोलते हैं कि ब्रिटिश लोग हमको हेल्प कर रहा है हमारा पूरा सहायता हो रहा है हमारा सारा प्रॉब्लम वही सॉल्व करेगा. इट्स लाइक हनुमान जी हमको लेके उड़ेगा. Hey guys, just read through that particular points and tell me why to spray Bharat Sarang is giving such vague looks. My voice is not reaching there.
So Actually, the net problem is there, so sometimes the voice breaks.
Then I am putting subtitles below my face. You read it, which is in English. Swastika and बाकियों को सुन रहा है? My voice clearly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey,
Yes.
you check your internet issue, internet Prabharat. You check your internet. Any of the point you want me to explain, please read it. Any of the. हाँ तो इधर है ना मेरे पास. छोड़ दे. तो आज जरा किलक लगा कहीं. So we should respect the admins that Hare Krishna. Radhe Shyam. Okay, please read it and tell me which point, and don't talk. I am taking the chapter in a most sweet possible manner. Home rule was started by an Irish lady who was in India. अभी एक मिनट दो मतलब वैसे कुछ. तो रुकना. जब मैं तेरा कॉल है ना. अच्छा जाने दे. तू आजा. तू आजा. ये दोनों जरा वो स्टम्बलिंग ब्लॉक्स की तरह है. कुछ नहीं. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I was having a doubt.
Was having cleared it already.
No, sir, I'm having a doubt. So what it
Guys,
was that these leaders, they had so much belief in the British justice and honesty. So then why did they wanted to form a party then?
wonderful. Why did they form a party? Dekho, if I have a belief in you, but I want to put my demands to you by only requesting you, by only highlighting it to you, and they will put their name in the history. जो भी काम तुमको मिला ना वो हम लोग नहीं करके थे है ना. इन सोसाइटी योर मेंबर्स विल बी देयर. एक छोटा सा काम करेगा हर जगह पोस्टर लगा रहेगा. They want to be the what is that highlighter people. You know what in the highlighter?
Celebrity.
They knew that the Britishers are doing a good job, but then they are trying to say देखो ये जो भी ब्रिटिश अच्छा काम कर रहा है ना, it is all because of us only. It is nothing that they want a great work from them, but they just want to highlight, they just want to put. In fact, if I tell you, you will laugh at. Before Gandhi entered India and joined the Indian politics, INC का काम करने का तरीका कैसा रहता था? It's more like coming inside office, have some tea party, let us debate, let us discuss. Oh, हो गया, चलो शाम को घर निकल जाते. And again they will come after 2 days. Again the same thing goes on. It's like I'm discussing very progressively child bonded labor. All the teachers.
Excuse me, sir.
Just 1 minute. Child labor should be banned. Whoever practices should be given the strict punishment. So जैसे ही break होता है एक 9 साल का बच्चा चाय लेकर आता है. And by fortunate he put one glass to the ground. और मैं उसको जो धो मारता है फिर बोलता है child labor should be banned. Whoever practices must be punished severely. तो तुरंत बोलते सर थोड़ी देर पहले आप ही. You understood? So हमारा thinking ऐसा था. We will advise anything and everything, but we will not practice anything. If I am coming perfectly late by 20 minutes to your lecture, then coming in I'll give a next 15 minutes lecture. Discipline. You should be on time. You should look at me. तो तुरंत लड़का बोलता कुछ 20 मिनट लेट है. अच्छा भूल गया. Correct? If you are doing something, you should follow that first. And let me tell you, Mahatma Gandhi was that character. Whatever he said to the people, he showed to them. I mean, Gandhi coming to a place where he is trying to give you Swadeshi. He himself is wearing blazer, hat, and beautifully dressed like a foreigner. And वो बोलता है कि only you must use Indian clothes. You must never use the British cloth. But he himself is wearing a क्या बोलते हैं हम लोग हिंदी में suit boot. Do you think the people will follow him? Nobody. So as Akansha asked, if these people are so careless, why did they fight? That's why we are saying these are rich people. Early nationalists कैसा रहेगा?
Moderates.
Moderates. They just want to have a chat with the British. They just want to have a cup of tea with them. I don't know how many really like that policy. अगर हमारे एरिया में कोई एक्टर या एक्ट्रेस आ रहा है, कैसे भी गिर पिट के उसे एक सिग्नेचर ले लेने, एंड फिर जो पूरा लाइफ मैंने उससे ऑटोग्राफ लिया, मतलब उस ऑटोग्राफ का तेल लगाने लेके तो क्या सर आपने ऐसे कैसे बोल दिया? हाँ, some people who have taken out the Indian currency और उसमें उस मैडम का सिग्नेचर ले लिया, मतलब वो गवर्नर तो नहीं है सर. क्या है सर, शी इज माय फेवरेट एक्ट्रेस, मतलब she will not give you one piece of meal to you. Even I have traveled, when I was traveling in flights and other areas, some cricketers and some good Bollywood actors were there. I didn't even bother to go and talk to them. चुनाव घमंड तुझे, अरे मुझे क्या घमंड है, वो अपना काम कर रहा है, मैं अपना काम कर रहा हूँ. One of the person was right next to my seat. In fact, when he was trying to get up from the seat, he asked me, sir, please get up. मैं बोला क्या है, मतलब मुझे उठ के मतलब रुकना.
Sir, who?
Whoever it is, one of the popular actor and actress only. फिर मैंने बोला, फिर जैसे मेरा दोस्त को बोला तूने उससे ऑटोग्राफ नहीं लिया, मतलब किस बात का ऑटोग्राफ लेना, उसको स्क्रीन में देखा, मेरा पैसा खर्च किया, वही बात खत्म. अगर ऐसा कोई फिल्म पर्सनालिटी मेरा लाइफ में आएगा, तू मेरा मूवी देखेगा तो मैं तुझे 1000 रुपीज देगा. आई एम एक सिग्नेचर लूंगा उसको. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई एम वेस्टिंग वैल्यूएबल 3 hours. सेकेंड आई एम पुटिंग मनी. थर्ड आई एम फॉलोइंग हर. उसका बर्थडे ये है, उसका ये टाइम पर जन्म हुआ, अरे उसका बर्थडे जान के मुझे क्या करना. फेवरेट कलर, so Sachin is my favorite. But whenever I met that fellow, he doesn't even talk to common people. He's in his own daydreams only. हाँ, और 2 बॉडीगार्ड भी रहते हैं सचिन का. किधर है, मतलब सचिन क्या है, तू इतना क्यों गुस्सा हो रहा है, मैं थोड़ी उसका बाल खींच के लेके जा. Other cricketers are very easy to mix and mingle, but Sachin is a star player. I met him here only DY, not now, early. फिर मैंने बोला इसको क्या है, सचिन को मैं टीम में देखा बस, because my childhood hero was him only. जैसे मैं बेड से उठता था, उसका पहला 6x4 का एक बड़ा फोटो चिपका था. And my dad was the one person who liked to drag it down any time. ये किसका फोटो डाल के सो रहा है, मतलब क्या तुम्हारा रूम में थोड़ी है, मेरा रूम. एंड मेरा मॉम बोलते यार जाने दो ना, सचिन का फैन. बट सचिन का मेरा दीवाल क्यों खराब कर रहा है. Are you understanding? So I used to get up, the first look was him only, my hero. But जब उससे मिला, the way attitude he was showing, फिर उसी दिन मैंने पोस्ट डाल के साइड में लगा. हाँ. So we always believe these moderates are those people who are there in the scene. Neither push the Britishers nor they are going to push themselves. But है सर, हम है उधर ही. हाँ. देखो nationalists because they were putting all these demands ना. वो थोड़ी अभी नेहरू का एक लेटर अभी मिला है, I think 2 weeks before I saw, where he was invited by a so-called viceroy. भाई साहब ने reply दिया है, ready to meet you. viceroy बोले कि ये मेरे से इतना क्यों प्यार से बात कर. Slowly फिर उसका wife का नाम नीचे आया. I really like the child. ये सब नहीं है, मैं जैसे ऐड कर रहा हूँ, लेटर लोग ने बाहर नहीं निकाला. इतना बोला कि नेहरू जी ने बहुत कुछ लाल टपका है लेटर में. Are you understanding, Akansha? So these were those leaders. On one side, they will come out of the people, fight. We will throw this British. जैसे ही मिसेस वेलेस्ली नेहरू को थोड़ा एक तिरछी नजर से देखते, I am coming. Tea ready. I am there. मतलब मिसेस वेलेस्ली का वजह से नेहरू started keeping the rose in his jacket. First time when he attended the party, he was very handsome fellow, Mr. Nehru. Correct, as compared to Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi को देख के लेडी आप तो करेगी, फिर दोबारा मिलना नहीं चाहिए, है ना? But Nehru was, and he himself was like that only, carrying him towards a Mr. and Mrs. Viceroy. And बहुत सारा पार्टीज में मिस्टर नेहरू रहता था. उसका पास्ट टाइम एक्टिविटी था पोलो. अभी कौन सा पुअर पर्सन का पास्ट टाइम एक्टिविटी, सर वो वाला पोलो जो, अरे वो नहीं, हाँ, it's a sport only the rich people play. हाँ, नहीं, that is, you sit in a horse and play hockey. बस थोड़ा सा हॉकी स्टिक लंबा रहेगा क्योंकि हॉर्स बड़ा है तो छोटा हॉकी स्टिक. ठीक है, जो भी है, मुझे इतना डिटेल है. तू क्या नेहरू का पीए था क्या उधर, या बॉल बॉय था? लेकिन मेरा भी जनरल नॉलेज अच्छा है. Hey, did you understand, Akansha? Although
Yes,
these
sir.
people were early nationalists, but they want to put, if I say they have a very importance, because that's why the second phase, the extremists did not copy the work of whom? They wanted to be little bit away. So जो भी है इनका importance है. So let us put the next heading in your book. अभी आएगा methods of early nationalists.
Next meeting.
एक मिनट not methods. Demands of early nationalists. Sorry. अभी ये लोग कैसे कैसे करेंगे? You put the first heading constitutional reforms. Demands of early nationalists. You put the first heading. You write constitutional reforms.
Sir, that would come from volume.
No, I am giving it.
Constitutional.
Reforms. Point number 1.
So what is after demands of early nationalists?
Underline the heading and write point number 1. Constitutional reforms.
Okay.
These nationalists wanted a larger share in the government. Underline the word larger share.
Larger.
Share in the government.
Share market होता है.
ठीक है वही डाउट है और ये भाई साहब और डाउट SHAR. Second point, they never asked for immediate, circle the word immediate Swaraj.
So they never demanded it.
They never asked for, I demanded whatever you want to write. They never asked for immediate Swaraj. Self-rule. Swaraj मतलब वो वड़ा पाव वाला उधर बेचता है. 9:30 को नहीं out sweetly is asking. स्वराज मैंने नहीं सिखाया दोस्त आपको. स्वराज, स्वदेशी, boycott, national education.
Sir Shivaji Maharaj.
एक minute. That day you were sleeping beautifully. Were you absent? I also don't know that you are my student. Next point. At least वो पूछा तो there are many people who don't ask and they will comment. Sir वो INC का मतलब क्या होता है? अच्छा पता है? अरे वाह तू इस साल पास. Next.
Smart boy.
They made such demands.
The next part.
Yes, man. They made such demands which are listed below. Now write point number 1. Abolition of India Council. So लिख तो सही मैं explain.
So 1 second.
Yes, ma'am. You ask for 1 minute. बोलते ही 2 सेकंड हो गए. Abolition of India Council. Second, Legislative Council and Assembly. Legislative Council and Assembly. Second, Legislative Council and Assembly at center.
Legislative Council
And Assembly center and provinces. ये अभी provinces मतलब आप लोग समझ लो state government in India now. Legislative Assembly and Council at the center and provinces hyphen expanded.
Sir, provinces का state government bracket पे डालना.
कहाँ डाल सकते हैं?
expanded.
Must be expanded. Increase in the membership of Indians. Increase in the membership of Indians. Hyphen COC, Chamber of Commerce. COC. Comma university में बता. I'll be explaining all the points one by one. Chambers of Commerce.
Increase in the membership of government.
Government नहीं है, Indians. Government को क्या करने का? Already economic सर पे बैठा ही है. Hyphen COC, Chambers of Commerce, universities COC is the full form of Chamber of Commerce, University. Next point. They raised a popular slogan. They raised. नहीं, नहीं कभी. हाँ. नहीं थी. मुझे खुद नहीं चाहिए. They raised the popular slogan. No taxation without representation. Put it into double inverted comma. Priya Bharat, are you not writing? No taxation without representation. No taxation without representation. Next point. No taxation without representation. बस और एक तो ये तू लिखना डिमांड लिखने में तुझे इतना दर्द हो रहा है बेचारे लोगों ने चिल्ला चिल्ला कर पूरे तुमको कितना दर्द हो रहा है नेक्स्ट वन adequate representation of Indians in the executive council adequate representation of Indians in the executive council.
So at this point in the
No, I'm changing it.
increase the membership of Indians.
मैं बताता हूँ of the viceroy, executive council of the viceroy. When I'm explaining, you will come to know what is that points are. Executive council of viceroy and governor's office actually. You can write governor's office.
Yes,
Now you can drop your pen. Huh.
so first they said that they wanted
Sir, what is the first point?
the
एक minute. You read the first point. He will write it anyway, and then I'll explain.
first one.
Hey, he's reading it loudly. Listen, Parth. Huh.
Okay, sir.
These nationalists wanted a larger share in the government.
Likha,
Yes.
these nationalists wanted a larger share in the government. Huh.
What is the
Now
fourth
let us-
point?
यार तो एक-एक करके पूछेगा. Fourth point. You read it.
They raised the famous slogan, no taxation without representation.
Is there any point anyone have missed it? Now let us give it to Parth only. Read the first point. Read the first point, Parth.
Okay, sir. Legislative Council and Assembly at the center and provinces expanded.
Now, when I use the word today, we have both central and state government. Central government, we have Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Already Lok Sabha, some members from Maharashtra, they get elected. But then they feel, nahi sir, Rajya Sabha mein bhi Maharashtra ka koi chahiye. So Maharashtra gets representation even in Rajya Sabha. Like we have Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. So in both the houses, we have people from Maharashtra. We are happy. But in those days, generally the state legislature, maybe 20 or 30. But in the central legislature, 1 or 2. I can use the word Deccan. Maharashtra was not there. It was a Deccan area. So Deccan princes, Deccan kings, they asked, we want more members from our area to sit in where? Central government as well as in the state government. Is it okay? That is point number 1. Samajh mein aaya, everyone? Why are you so profoundly on? Anybody feel sleepy? Most please get out of my room. Sorry, please walk out of my room. Use the water facility available in the washroom and show your face under that tub. Second point. मैंने बोल दिया. You are most welcome. Second point, Akansha. Read it.
Sir, actually directly started from they made such demands which are listed below. Sir, do we have to read the above points also? Like that never asked for immediate Swaraj?
अभी जो demands 1, 2, 3 है वो पहला read करो. Second point in that.
Yes, sir. Abolition of Indian Council.
Now, when I use the word Indian Council or India Council, here what is the council is all doing? although the government has made that one, there will be a council which is representing India and there will be in parliament, but it had no pass. All the members were there, they were just, आप लोग ने पूछा ना, अभी जैसे आकांक्षा ने पूछा, सर इनको कुछ काम नहीं करने तो फिर जाके क्यों ब्रिटिश किया? So India Council without any power means they said, why are you keeping an India Council? Give us some pass. If you are raising certain thing, you give recognition to that. I'm saying Kharkar ICSE, I'm giving them a power to write something. But whatever you are writing, I'm not even bothered to collect it from you. मैं बोला जो भी आप लिखेंगे हम पूरा यूपी का ICSE जितना भी है ब्रांचेस सब इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. अब बोलते सबको इम्प्लीमेंट बाद में करेंगे, पहले हमसे कलेक्ट तो कर. समझ में आया? तो फिर एक जन आप बोलता है सर हम लोग ये काउंसिल को बैन करना चाहता है. लो भाई यू आर नॉट एट ऑल रिस्पॉन्डिंग. मैं उसके लिए ना हाँ बोल रहा हूँ ना बोल रहा हूँ, मतलब खुद ही बैन कर. करेक्ट. सो लेजिस्लेटिव इंडियन काउंसिल वाज कैंसिल्ड. स्वस्तिका नेक्स्ट पॉइंट.
Increase the membership of Indians Chambers of Commerce University.
If I tell you in those days Indians busy or we can say big businessmen were there. There were certain people who made or who bought their own ship because Indians were not allowed to get into a British ship to go to London and they were traders. So British ने यहाँ तक भी बोलते थे you are traders, we will not allow you to enter our ship. Some persons in south जिन्होंने अपना खुद का शिप मंगाया and बोला कि next 2 जर्नी फ्री में लेके जाएगा सबको. So British is very much angry. यार हम इधर टिकट महंगा करके इनको अंदर घुसने नहीं दे रहे, ये है कि कौड़िया के भाव सबको फ्री में लेके जाए. कौड़ी ना, sorry my Hindi. So why I'm saying Chamber of Commerce, in those days only from Bombay, Kolkata and Chennai, there were rich businessmen. They said we want that COC members should be Indians. Yes, अभी भी है बॉम्बे में. ये Chamber of Commerce करता क्या, जितना भी businessmen है, they will have a lobby, they will have some members, they will have a leader, and whatever the Chambers of Commerce does it is going to bring benefit to all. अभी समझ में आया? What is the other one? Priya Bharat, just a minute. What is the other one along the Chamber of Commerce?
So next is the slogan one. They raised a popular slogan.
If I raise the slogan like this, the British will come to a small halt and they will ask you what representation you need, where you need the representation. They'll tell you very flat: Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council, Chambers of Commerce, and other body. Wherever you feel that our membership is less, sorry, we are not going to give you tax. Indirectly, they are following which movement? Civil disobedience movement. वो तो थोड़ा late आएगा, अभी आया नहीं है. But ये कोई hard and fast rule नहीं है. But they will demand it. Membership दो, आपका tax लेके जाओ. Membership नहीं दे रहा, we will not give you taxes. What they should have said, you ban the taxes. Then only we'll give you certain things. Are you understanding? What is the doubt, Priya Bharat?
Sir, then my net was broken again, so
You keep your
what
video
we are
off.
doing now?
You keep your video off and see. Parth, you read the next point. Wait. Parth, you need the next point.
Yes, sir. So, adequate representation of Indians in the Executive Council of Viceroy and Governors.
Now, this is what I always feel. I mean, now the Governor General is no more. Viceroy had a council of his own, where mainly Indians will be not there. अब बोलेगा फिर तो Viceroy Council India में क्यों बना? अभी this is that council which will be directly reporting to the Viceroy. You understood Viceroy? India का जो Viceroy रहेगा, आप उससे directly मिल सकते हैं, बात कर सकता है. मतलब you can put your demands into his ears also. बनारस तो दूर, हम उसको देख भी नहीं सकता था. But he is there. So they are saying, let us have more members in Viceroy's Council as well as in whose office? Governor is like a state government. Like today also we have a governor in Maharashtra, correct? So here they are slowly and steadily they are increasing the demands. Someone said early nationalists kya kar rahe? Now they are increasing the demand. Based on these demands only, which phase will be working? Second phase. Is it okay? Read all that points and tell me where you have a query.
Sir,
Yes.
UC is also known as a builder's law.
बिल्डर्स लॉ भी अलग है, उनका अलग रहता है. अभी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स मतलब जो मेनली मर्चेंट्स लोग हैं, जो बड़ा बड़ा बिजनेस हाउसेस है. I done a project in APMC market. He is a fruit seller only. But 90% of the export goes to Europe. रहता है इधर APMC में. I have done a small technical project for him. तो उसका अमेरिका, जर्मनी तक वो फ्रूट्स एक्सपोर्ट कर. सोचो क्यों नहीं भैया, तुझे मालूम नहीं इधर अपना एरिया में कितना सारा बिजनेस टाइकून्स है. You must have ventured into his office, the big lobby and anything, and it's like a total new arena. They don't look at the place because APMC तो पूरा आता है ना fruit market. But I asked him, उसने ऐसा ऐसा country के नाम लिया, मैंने सुना भी नहीं. बोलते इधर भी हम लोग एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं. सही है, बहुत अच्छा. One of my student from Koperkerna, I think CBSE, they have this wine grapes, and if I tell you this grapes is grown in Nashik only, in Maharashtra, but it goes to France, it goes to Spain, it goes to Italy, where this wine factories are there. And वहाँ से वाइन भर के फिर इंडिया हम लोग $50, $60, मैंने खुद भी $120 का भी लिया, फिर मैं स्लोली $40 में आता. मतलब ये भी अच्छा है, अच्छा है. मैंने 120 में अभी नहीं ना, और मालूम पड़ा वो ग्रेप्स इंडिया का ही है. करेक्ट. सर फिर उतना महंगा क्यों लिया? हम थोड़ी जाके जूस बना के बना सकते हैं. They have their own formula to make it. Hey, anybody have a query? Now let's get into the reading now. Let us stop the writing. Since morning my good students have written so much. I have a मजा आ रहा है? नींद नहीं आती. चलो फिर तो बहुत बढ़िया है. Then constitutional reforms we have finished. Let us write economic reforms.
No, sir. First we can read.
क्यों रे, तुझे नींद आ रहा है घर में बैठे बैठे?
No, sir.
Then start writing. एक काम करते हैं. We listen to Parth only. We'll give reading to him because he is good in reading. Economic reforms he is going to read. कुछ मार्क कर देते हैं and लिखने का काम आप घर में भी कर सकते हैं. चलिए. हाँ, good है. Text book से ही कर लो. हाँ, sit and read. Don't need to.
The economic issues raised by the early nationalists is included. Reduction in land revenue and protection of peasants.
Put into bracket. एक मिनट. Reduction in land revenue and protection of peasants. Who are peasants? Those who do not have a land of their own. Is it there in the volume? Just check. Probably not there.
Objective and method है contribution.
Demands नहीं है.
नहीं.
ठीक है, let us go ahead. Carry on. Peasants school. Carry on.
Against unjust demands of the zamindar. Reduction expenditure on the army and the money thus saved to be spent on welfare activities.
Only underline reduction in the army and money जो भी save होगा welfare of the Indians.
Such as health and education.
Okay.
And inquiry into India's growing poverty and famines.
Underline poverty and famines. There were famous famines of Bengal, and there were some photographers of British who have taken some pictures. Early morning, I won't show you. It looks like that Indian people are from Somalia. You know Somalia? Where people are as good as an X-ray film. Although we laugh at them, but they do not get even barley. Barley, you know what is barley? To eat. Many Hollywood actors go there. I think this Angelina Jolie, she was to be
Sir, they
for
eat mud biscuits.
that is also. Oh my God. इतना तुझे कौन बोला? हाँ. क्या होगा तो तुझे क्यों तकलीफ है? तुझे भी चाहिए तो लेकर आए. So we always believe that the famines were a greatest trouble to the Indian community. But the commissioners or the governors who are sitting, they will have a very illustrious party, and people are dying on the other side without food. So here they said, whatever the problem of poverty is there, famine is there, you must step a new or a quick action. Go ahead.
ability of credit to the peasants through agricultural banks.
Underline the word cheap credit and उधर लिख लेना low rate of interest. You write down low rate of interest. Carry on.
Development of banking, irrigation, medical and health facilities.
Put all this into bracket. So how many demands did we complete? Put the heading in your notebook. Economic forms. Just read the last one. Read the second last one.
Industrial growth through trade protection. That means a heavy tax should be imposed on imported goods and government should give loans.
आपको इतना अंडरलाइन करना है heavy taxes on import goods. Good कौन सा है? British. तो आप उधर ही लिख सकते हैं heavy tax on British goods. जो इंडिया में आता था क्योंकि लोग अपना goods के ऊपर डबल taxes मारता था. तो they said heavy taxes on imported goods. Last point.
Development of iron, coal, paper and sugar industries in India. Total abolition of salt tax and the duty on sugar.
तो ये कैसा लिखने का? Abolition of salt tax and starting up of industry. चलिए put heading. Only whatever you underline, you write that only. Don't write anything else. Put the heading in your notebook. Economic reforms. What is it?
सर आपको पिछला वाला चैप्टर था तो आपको बताते कि ब्रिटिश लोग सब इंडियन से
क्यों तुम भगवत गीता की तरह बोलेगा तो 2 दिन लग जाए. पहले आप लिखने स्टार्ट करो.
Sir, what we have to underline in the first point?
1945.
Sir,
डाउट चल रहा है. 1 मिनट बाद. हाँ.
sir, what we have to underline in the first one?
1 minute. Whatever I made you to underline in the textbook, you write that first. अभी जो उसने
Sir,
read किया.
Sir, I have not underlined the first point.
Wonderful. Write the whole points in your notes. नहीं नहीं वो लीग ऑफ नेशन है. यू कंफ्यूज एवरीथिंग. टू राइट यू आर गोइंग अहेड ऑफ द सेकंड वर्ड. ये कौन सा नया यूथ ऑफ नेशन है?
सर दांडी मार्च इसीलिए होता है ना.
नहीं इधर नहीं होता. दांडी मार्च इज देयर बाय गांधी जी. ये लोग ने सिर्फ बोला कि सॉल्ट टैक्स खत्म करो. गांधी जी सब लोग मार्च उस पे नहीं किया. ये सब उनका डिमांड थी. फिर नहीं तो क्या? नेक्स्ट टाइम तुम नमक खराब नहीं. Just I'll have some water and come back. 2 minutes. Carry on. And going also and telling this is like it's a बाप रे बाप क्या है? Very good. नहीं डर का छोड़. But why are you extending your leg like this like a girl? Nowadays they are also well behaved. Now you know while going only I have told you keep the legs in. Again he is stretching the legs. It's okay. अभी बोल दोबारा जाऊंगा. One person is gone out means incoming. That's what you have to remember. Keep writing quick.
Between the thighs. Economic possibility.
Yeah. पूरा पॉइंट थोड़ी करना है. सेकंड वाला
सेकंड में से प्रोडक्शन ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर
हां वही वो चार है. इधर तो मैं लिख रहा हूं.
I'm right here attending one important job from my town, and these days are busy. Right now, nobody is telling me X and Y. Sir, just 2 minutes. I'll come back. Ah. And I should make camera secret when I'm absent. When I'm outside, it should take the smiling, giggling faces of so many. And when I come in, they'll ask the doubts. I said they are the only people to study history.
Yes. How is the timing of land cap?
130. 130.
Wait,
Very good, very good. Let us go to the next paragraph.
Sir, your second camera is off.
Mark, did you write?
Yes, sir.
When he is reading now, I'll allow the person whoever is reading come near to that one. You are not hearing the voice because you are.
No, sir,
reading-
I'm hearing the voice. I'm saying that your second camera is off.
I only switched it off.
Okay, sir.
Ask why?
Why, sir?
Because
Because of these people.
How many are active this in the online? Except you, no one is active. Chali, let's carry on. Carry on with the next setting. Doubts वगैरह सब अभी से एक काम करेगा. Everyone will raise their doubts only at the end of the lecture because in between they ask such valuable फालतू doubts. I also get a bounce back. अभी जैसे ये भाई youth nation बोला था मैं कौन सा youth nation में जा रहा हूँ. हाँ anyway मैं old nation में जा सकता है youth nation में. We are just moving to the next heading. What is the reforms now? हाँ अभी पार्थ जरा सुनना आवाज नहीं आ रहा तो जरा इसको वॉल्यूम बढ़ाने बोलता.
No, sir, you are audible.
Not me reading, man.
Demand. The early nationalists made the following demands in the administrative sphere. Demand for Indianization of services through simultaneous Indian civil service examinations in England and India.
Underline simultaneous exam in India and England. Now, if I want to tell you, ICSE exam was held mainly in India. When the civil service, IAS exam. But when the Britishers come to know there are many Indians who are coming and writing and they are getting this IAS degree, they slowly shifted to London. How many poor Indian can go to London to write the exam? Earlier, the age was 21 years. Minimum, they reduced to 18. अभी 18 के अंदर कितना लोग वो IAS के लिए जा सकता है? Are you understanding? Despite these changes, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose went to London to write the exam and he passed.
Yes, sir.
And he was a qualified. ये ऐसा बोल रहे थे कि उनका बैट्समैन है.
सर मैं जानता हूँ.
Good, good. ये उनका नेबर में रहता था, but वो इनको कभी नहीं पहचानता. कल ही WhatsApp है. So we always believe, despite all the odds, Netaji passed out the exam. And the good thing was that when he returned to India with the exams passed, he was given the job also by the British government. He's a collector, is it? But he rejected it, saying it, my degree will be behind the name. I don't want to work with a devil or a demon government. देखो अभी उस टाइम पर अगर आप ब्रिटिश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं मतलब it's the biggest respect. Forget about the money and the privilege. You are working for a company or a government which is considered to be the richest in the world. And to be very frank, like today you and me want to get into Air Force. मेरा तो अभी age limit खत्म. But you guys can get into a wonderful Air Force called IAF. मतलब एक 6 महीने भी अगर आपने एक 2 प्लेन पे उड़ा लिया, एक 100 घंटे का भी आप लोग ने अगर कर लिया, you will feel, sir, I was sitting in that Mirage and it flies a speed of 2 times the speed of a sound, double the speed of the sound. Imagine the next time when you come down and you tell to your friends.
Sir, double the speed of the sound.
Yeah, अरे यार फिर रफाल का स्पीड पूछ क्या रहेगा? So why I'm giving all these incidents? Because you feel that you are someone extra special. So now the exams which are held in India, these people are saying, now you put it to England, no problem. Let the exam be in England, no problem. But let the exam be in India also. Look how their demands are. In fact, ये लोग क्या बोलना चाहिए? We will not go to London to write the exam. It should be only in India. Are the moderates speaking like that?
No, sir.
They just saying कि England में भी होने दो. We are happy. इंडिया में भी थोड़ा सा लगता
है.
Because they are moderate.
हाँ, बस डिमांड्स की इधर उधर बाइफरकेट कर रहे हैं. अगर यही एक्सट्रीमिस्ट होता और जो सेकंड फेज होता ओनली इन इंडिया, वी विल नॉट कम टू लंदन. व्हाई डिड यू रेज द लोअर द एज? ये इनका डिमांड थोड़ा अलग है. हाँ, लेट इट बी देयर, नो प्रॉब्लम, लेट इट बी हियर आल्सो. मतलब अगर ब्रिटिश बोलते हैं कि नो वी विल नॉट कीप द एग्जाम्स इन इंडिया, इट्स ओके सर, वी वर जस्ट आस्किंग इट वेदर इट इज पॉसिबल. दे विल नॉट फाइट फॉर इट आल्सो. सेकंड पॉइंट,
complete separation of the executive and the judiciary.
Underline separation. ये मैं आपको जब second chapter civics करवाएगा ना, I'll let you know. Legislature means law making body. Executive means who implement the laws. अभी law makers, law implementers अगर दोनों साथ में काम करेंगे तो कैसा काम करेंगे? कैसा काम करेंगे? All hand in glove only. You understand? Hand close. ये इम्प्लीमेंटर बोलेगा ऐसा ऐसा लॉस बना जिससे मैं इंडियंस को उठा के जिंदगी भर के लिए जेल में डाल. हाँ, एंड वो लॉ मेकर बोलेगा अच्छा, डोंट वरी, नेक्स्ट टाइम विल पास द लॉस. इट्स लाइक ऑन वन बाइक बोथ द पुलिस एंड द thief is going side by side. एंड पुलिस बोल रहा है मुझे है ना मेडल नहीं मिलने का. डोंट वरी सर, कौन सा बिल्डिंग है तू दिखा, अभी जाके ऐसा चोरी करूंगा और तो मुझे पकड़ने का ड्रामा कर. Understood? So look, this is what the police and that showed. But here it is not police and showed. To give you a comparison, executive and legislature should be separate. Next point.
They made this demand to protect Indians from the arbitrary acts of the police and the bureaucracy.
अभी police भी आ गया. Underline that word arbitrary. You write evil on their own. Arbitrary मतलब अपना मनमानी करते थे. Function of the government in those days was a police function. You know what is police? Collecting of the taxes. You must obey law and order. Nahi, then that big lathi saath was there. How many points are more there? 5 points. We'll continue after the break. Online people, come sharp on.
Okay, sir.
9:50.
Okay, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, good.
Enough. I need to go ahead and finish first phase today only. That's my target. Come on, give me the textbook to me.
Sir,
Guys, तेरा पीछे भी कुछ है, मैं साफ करूं आके? ऐसे ही, exactly ऐसे ही साफ करूं. Music will be more far good. Hey, listen, now we are getting into our volume, but before to that volume, there are some administrative we have done. Civil rights, you just read. I don't think there is any separate question on civil rights. Then you have to go into the methods and achievements, and we'll move ahead. Methods and achievement. Criticism to मैं आपको volume से करवाऊंगा. Is understanding? Then we have short notes on Dadabhai Nauroji, G.K. Gokhale, and Mr. Sorry, not Mr. M.G. Ranade also. I was sitting under the fan. That's the reason the air has gone haywire. It's like I'm biking somewhere.
sir, 5 points are there.
5 points are left. मैं आया तो नहीं, आप चाहिए तो अभी स्टार्ट कर सकता हूँ. क्योंकि सच्ची ये हल्क तूने मुझे इनवाइट करने के लिए. Yesterday, one of my college friend met after a long time. In fact, I should not say all these things. बाद में बात करेंगे, चलिए.
सर ब्रेक के समय करेंगे.
बिल्कुल.
रिकॉर्डिंग स्टॉप करके.
बिल्कुल. Aja will play this muscle power also with me. Then I'll show you how beautifully I tell you. Hey, come on, guys. There are 5 points. My good old friend, he was not sleepy that time. Now he's sleepy. I think. ठीक है, carry on.
Increase in the powers of the local bodies and reduction of official control over them.
Underline that word, official control over them. Now, what is this word official control? As you are saying to the office people, मैं absent होगा तो letter नहीं भेजने का घर में, result आएगा तो मेरे पास ही देने का. अभी I remember my college days, some naughty people were there with me, 11th and 12th, and हमारा college का principal खुद letter लिख के sign करके भेजता था, by post. पोस्ट से निकल तो जाता था, बट कभी घर पे नहीं पहुंचता था पोस्ट. मैंने बोला ऐसा कैसे रहेगा? अरे पोस्टमैन हमारा सेटिंग है, जो भी कॉलेज से लेटर आएगा पहले मुझे ही देता है. बोला तू उसको क्या देता? बड़ा पाव, समोसा पाव, जो चाहिए खाता. Look how beautifully. And once after 3 letters going to his home, he brought one of the person, and my principal was talking to him in an angry mood, and वो लड़का भी हाँ में हाँ मिला रहा था. He told that I am his brother. तो मैंने बोला इधर आ, तेरे तो कोई ब्रदर नहीं है ना? अरे बाड़े का टट्टू है सब. एंड जैसे ही वो प्रिंसिपल रूम से बाहर आया, बोला यार पका दिया ना तेरा प्रिंसिपल, चल फिर मैं कुछ खिलाता हूँ. हाउ ब्यूटीफुली ही इज डूइंग ऑल दिस. तो ये सब आप लोग मत करना. हाँ, सीधा ऑनलाइन में चलेगा, और वो भी मेल आईडी पापा का है, बेचारा करेगा क्या? So we always believe that you are taking a ATM card of your father and helping him to take the money from the ATM. And पापा ने भी आपको भरोसा करके पिन नंबर दे दिया, है ना? लड़का बार-बार या लड़की बार-बार बोलते हैं पापा खर्च लो, हैं 1 रुपए नहीं, जा लेकर आ. और लड़की या लड़का ने लेकर आके दिया भी ATM, and next time पापा is using the same ATM card with the same pin number. It is saying incorrect pin, please check your pin. तो उसने बोले क्या? बच्चे ने वो पिन नंबर ही नया डाल के लेकर आया. एंड फिर पापा ने बोला ये नया पिन डालो. मैंने कल 500 पूछा, तूने नहीं दिया ना, अभी निकल 1000 रुपए. है ना? Why I'm saying this? Now if we behave like this to the British, don't you think the Britishers might have yielded at which phase? First phase only. But these are very very loyal and ईमानदार people. जो चाहिए उतना ही मांगने का. अगर Britishers बोलते तो मांग देगा, sorry sir, it's okay, we are there for you only. And we are showing the loyalty to whom? To the British crown. Is it understandable? Carry on.
Repeal of the Arms Act and License Act.
Underline that. What is this Arms and License Act? Earlier, after this revolt, 1857, normally the arms was a real trouble for the Indian community. But now we are in which year now? 1885 to 1907. And this Britishers wanted Indians keeping any arms very strict. If you want to keep an arm or a weapon, whatever it is, you need to take a license from the government. Abhi wohi Indian government follow kar raha hai. you have to put a 5 lakh of deposit to keep a normal revolver. And then you have to declare all your assets. तो क्यों revolver रख रहा है? क्या reason है? Why? Commissioner तक वो letter जाएगा. Commissioner तुझे बुला के फिर सर खाएगा. उसके बाद तुझे लाइसेंस मिलेगा और वो भी बुलेट्स का भी हिसाब उसको हर महीना देना पड़ेगा.
मेरे डैड को तो ऑफर आया था.
हाँ.
रिवॉल्वर चाहिए कर.
सर हरियाणा में
हाँ उसी unless and until in Mumbai and Navi Mumbai it is very very strict. It's better you don't keep it at all.
नहीं हमें ऑफर
आया था. Might be some police related. If not, it is very difficult. तो अभी इन लोग ने क्या कर दिया? Arms Act के लिए nobody keep an arms. If you keep it, then there are various formalities. Why? Which revolt was fresh in the minds? Revolt of 1857. Carry on.
Wider employment of Indians in the higher grades of administration.
Underline higher grades and underline Indians. ये सब own में भी लिख सकता है. Next.
Spread of primary education among the masses.
Why is primary education very important? Because unless and until you do not get the primary education, the social वो मुझे भी मत directly A for apple ने बड़ा board exam लिखा क्या तुम? Early nationalists ने क्या बोला? We are going to start a religious movement, reform movement. But आप अनपढ़ अंगूठा चाहते हैं. और मैं आपको बहुत बड़ा history सुना. In 1940s this has happened. In revolt of in Russian Revolution this has happened. French Revolution. बच्चा पूरा सुनने के बाद अंकल ये रेवोल्यूशन होता क्या है?
और ये फ्रेंच क्या है?
हाँ फ्रेंच क्या है? ये हमारे पिछवाड़ा में रहते हैं इन लोग. वो मतलब क्या है? The बच्चा has to be given some basic knowledge. Unless and until you do not understand what is a plus b the whole square, but I am teaching you trigonometry. लिखो sin theta formula लिखो. I remembered my own math teacher when I asked very politely to that lady, Madam ये trigonometry का अत्याचार हमारे ऊपर क्यों हो रहा है? I didn't ask her, Madam, in trigonometry, why we are learning? If you want to become a merchant navy, no, नहीं बनने का. If you want to get into engineering, नहीं बनने का. If you get into navy, नहीं घुसने का. Then she told me, you'll become a teacher. Means what does it mean? I'm not going to bash with my sabji wala. बोल अभी a plus b the whole square formula. And I'm 2 raised to the power 8 कितना होता है? बोले सब्जी का दाम पूछ रहा है या मेरे टेस्ट ले रहा है? तो यही क्वेश्चन मैंने मेरे मैथ टीचर से बोला, मैडम एडिशन, सब्ट्रैक्शन, मल्टीप्लिकेशन, डिवीजन, बस लाइफ मेरा चल जाएगा. तो मैडम ने बोला तेरा लाइफ चल जाएगा बट मेरा पेमेंट खत्म हो जाएगा ना. तो मेरा जो सीख लेगा. So many people who are politely पूछने का ना, थोड़ी उसके मुंह पे जाके ऐसा पूछ सकता है. When she was battling with me some homeworks, तो मैंने बोला मैडम इतना डिफिकल्ट होमवर्क देता है, ये लाइफ में क्या जरूरत क्या है ना? So every teacher has the same answer. बेटा अगर तूने पढ़ा ना मेरा राशन पानी बंद हो जाएगा, तो तू जरा पढ़ने में ध्यान दे. So here the government is saying primary education is very important. Like I don't know how many people have gone to that nursery or that play school, but one thing is very sure, that nursery and play school is the base on which you are becoming scholar or buddhu or so-called buddhu. है ना? मैंने बहुत सारे नर्सरी स्कूल में, मैं तो कभी गया नहीं, देखता हूँ जो दूसरा डिपार्टमेंट जाता है उनके बाजू में ही है. बच्चा अंदर घुसते ही पहले टिफिन मांगता है और वो जो दाई मां जो भी रहती है खाना के लिए सो जाता है. 3-4 घंटा मस्त सो के उठ के जाता है. मतलब बचपन से उसका माइंड में एक डाला है, स्कूल जाने का मतलब सोने का. हाँ मतलब आगे जाते जाते भी वो हैबिट कंटिन्यू हो रहा है. बट तभी आंख बंद करके बच्चा सोता था, अभी हमारा बच्चा आंख खोल के मुझे भी देख भी रहा है ना? फिर आगे का काम भी चालू. Are you understanding? Yes, but there are some kids I have seen in that play school nursery only, they are very active. कभी इसका बाल पकड़ के खींचा, कभी मैडम को सिखाया. हाँ मैंने देखा तो जब देखूंगा. But the same habit you continue. And there are certain children I have seen, they are always with the books in the play schools also. Madam, I want to learn this. I want to. They are the people who become very padaku kind of people. Why I'm saying it? This is what I'm saying. Primary education. अगर मैं बच्चा को primary education strongly दे दूंगा, that बच्चा will seriously go with a life in a serious mode. अगर मैं primary education अगर अच्छे से नहीं दे रहा हूँ, I can't ask him or her to become an IAS officer. Correct? Let's proceed.
Improvement of the police system to make it honest, efficient.
Put into bracket. Efficient होना चाहिए, popular भी होना चाहिए, and honest भी होना चाहिए. Do you think ये हमारा Indian police ये try कर रहा है?
बिल्कुल नहीं सर.
Sometime we have it. he might be the odd man out. I think कोपर कहने में हमारा ICSE का एक लड़का है उस दिन मास्क पहना था, वो मुंबई पुलिस लिखा. So I happened to ask क्या भाई मुंबई पुलिस? हाँ सर मेरा डैडी है ना ACP है. बोला ACP कहाँ? कारगर में ही है सर. बोला वेरी गुड बेटा, तू क्या करेगा? डैड ने बोला मुझे IPS बनने के लिए. Look how the dad has really manipulated him. And he said IPS क्या होता है? हाँ सर पापा ने बोला है ग्रेजुएशन के बाद आपको सिविल सर्विसेज एग्जाम देना है और आगे बढ़ना. So this is how we say some ईमानदार पुलिस ऑफिसर्स also they. वरना जिस जॉब में मैं जाता हूँ मेरा बच्चे को बोला जिंदगी में वो जॉब में मत, इतना घटिया जॉब है. तो वो लड़का तुरंत पूछेगा पापा फिर क्यों आप कर रहे हैं? मैं भी तो वही घटिया हूँ. ऐसा मैं बोल सकता मेरे बच्चे को. So here the person is influencing the bacha to become an IPS means he is doing some service which he likes it, which he wants the son or the daughter to follow it. I will never ask my student to follow such line which I do not like. I mean, just sorry to say, nothing to hide. 12th standard girls, so so-called girls, air hostess. तो मैंने बोला air waitress, air hostess, air waitress, air hostess. तो मैंने वो लड़की को बोला प्यार से, अपना यूटी का ही बच्चा था, मैंने बोला why don't you do a job which is less for the beauty and more for the brain? हाँ सर अभी ब्यूटी तो मेरे पास है, सब लोग बोलते हैं ब्रेन ढूंढना पड़ेगा. मतलब ढूंढना पड़ेगा. हाँ कुछ लोग बोलते इधर है बट मुझे तो लगता अभी है या नहीं भी. After few months I asked her क्या हो गया तेरा ट्रेनिंग बहुत बढ़िया रहा बट मैंने ज्वाइन नहीं किया. मतलब क्यों सर? पहले ही दिन मुझे 8 घंटा खड़े रहने बोला. फिर मैं क्या फ्लाइट में क्या तो सोते हुए जाएगी फिर. And that also there are many air hostess who get some leg related issues. उसको हम लोग DVT disease बोलता है. If you are there in the air for long time due to that inertia something of physics का कुछ है, they say they develop a disease which is called as deep vein thrombosis. तो बच्चे ने बोला क्या thrombosis? हाँ तो लड़के ने बोला वेरी गुड सर, इसी डिजीज के लिए मैं छोड़ के आया. फिर अंदर की बात है उसको लात मार के बाहर निकाला देखा. हाँ जी नहीं उनका रहता है बट उनका जो ड्यूटी एंड जो रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत हाई है. एक लड़की ने मुझे बोला सर उसका हेयर स्टाइल से लेके पाउडर लिपस्टिक तक पूरा केयर करते हैं. व्हाई? Because they are representing their such rich airline, and whatever might be the customer, whoever might be the customer, you have to only give a plastic smile, है ना? And बेचारा कितना देर तो लड़की ये काम करेगी. एक दिन उसको गुस्सा 2 झापड़ लगा के लेके जाएगी. So why I am saying it, in India the British government introduced several new services, but then they wanted Indians to become their clerks only. They don't want Indians to become their master. Never. तुम हमारे लिए क्लर्क बनो और क्लर्क ही रहो. Is it okay? Now I'm just going a little bit ahead of the portion that methods of the early nationalists will directly go into first objective, second objective, and then we'll get into achievements. Just check in the volume. Is it there?
We have to write this.
You don't need to. Now methods of objectives we are getting into volume. Are you taking that volume page number? हाँ जी. हाँ वो मैं करता हूँ. ये पहले ही कर लेता हूँ. उतना. हाँ everyone take to page number 40 of your volume. Now pick up your pencil. We will mark from there and he is going to read. Page number 40 of our UT volume. Methods. Carry on.
The method popularly known as constitutional agitation method was followed by the early nationalists. They believed in policy of constitutional agitation within the legal framework and slow or orderly political progress. They adopted the following methods of struggle.
Okay.
First set of methods. They adopted the first set of methods to achieve their first objective. They held meetings where speeches were made and resolutions for popular demands were passed.
Underline meeting, speeches, and popular. Only words, only keywords. And you try to write on your own. Huh? Don't write to popular demands. Popular demands here, na? Next.
They made use of the press to criticize government policies.
Underline that word. Criticize the policy. By through press. You remember there was Vernacular Press Act was also passed by the British. Carry on.
They sent memorandums and petitions to government officials.
Underline that word memorandums. What did I say memorandum? It is just a call letter. I'm trying to represent you. Please give us this. उसको MOU बोलता है अभी हमारा गवर्नमेंट. What is MOU stands for? Memorandum of Understanding. Okay, हाँ, that is MOU. बहुत सारे technical terms हैं क्या? No, that is MOD. This is MOD. Carry on.
And petitions to government officials and the British Parliament.
Underline petitions only. So this entire set you have to underline 1 or 2 words and then you have to write on your own. Next.
These petitions were carefully drafted with facts and arguments. Through these petitions, though these petitions were addressed to the government, their real aim was to educate Indian people.
Underline educate Indian people. Now somebody asked me, sir, why this phrase INC is very important. Although I am not teaching you, but I am trying to telecast on that matters which is there for the board exam. Some student asked me, sir, did you make the paper? Unfortunately, I said yes. And what are the details of the paper? One of the questions are there for which you have to write the answer. Very good. Which questions are coming? I said the portion that I taught to you. What kind of questions are coming? Based on the marks, you will understand. From which corner of the textbook it is there? All corners. Look how smartly you are trying to get the things. Sir, is that question coming? No, which question? Sir, this one. Maybe, may not be. है ना? ये तो मैं ऐसा मुंह से बोल रहा हूँ. I remember earlier in UT once exams are done. If I'm in that same branch, I used to go around and see कि मेरा ही पेपर चल रहा है हमारा students का. पहले अंदर जाते उनका शक्ल का pictures अलग-अलग रहता है. मुझे देख के दूसरा तो बेचारे की तरह मुझे देखता सर ये क्या है
क्यों.
हाँ फिर एक लड़की उठ के सर ये क्वेश्चन का आंसर वही है ना. मतलब कौन सा आंसर सर उस दिन आपने जो दिया कब दिया क्या सर आपको याद नहीं. लुक हाउ शी इज वेरी ब्यूटीफुली गेटिंग द आंसर फ्रॉम यू. सर ये वो चैप्टर से आया है. मतलब कौन सा चैप्टर. वो चैप्टर तो मैंने पढ़ा ही नहीं. आफ्टर द टेस्ट शी कम्स एंड टोल्ड मी सर आई वाज ट्राइंग टू गेट द आंसर फ्रॉम योर माउथ. आई वाज ट्राइंग टू गेट द क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम योर माउथ.
बच्ची तो पेपर में दी.
बट उसको क्या क्वेश्चन है मेरे से क्या पूछने. ये बहुत बड़ा उसको सपोर्ट. So here the early nationalists trying to address whom? The people. By addressing whom? The government. At least the people will come to know that these people met the viceroy. These people gave a petition. These people are discussing with them. साथ में चाय भी नाश्ता भी किया वो भी आएगा न्यूज़ में. But at least something is going to the people. Correct? Carry on. Who was reading? Sorry.
Second set of methods. They adopted the second set of methods to achieve their second objective. They made use of the P's, 3 P's. That is petition, prayers, and protests. They sent petitions, requests, and letters of protest to the British government to look into the problems of the Indians.
Carry on.
If they are protesting, why are they requesting?
देखो, that is what I'm saying. These are the moderate politicians. Protesting for what? Agitation नहीं है. They will sit, stand, and they'll ask whether you are going to give it or not. Not giving, no problem. Tomorrow will come back.
A British committee of the Indian National Congress was set up in London in 1889.
Underline this. Set up in London. नहीं कुछ नहीं. ये actually मुझे underline ही नहीं करवाने के. But since you people are wanting it, I'm doing it. Carry on.
In 1889, which published a weekly journal, India, to present India's case before the British public.
Okay, देखो, the newspaper is published in London. If at all any English people want to read, I remember many European countries, we have good set of newspapers, not 1 or 2. Every underground station will have newspaper. तो एक साइड से निकालने का दूसरा साइड से मैं निकलता तो डब्बे में डाल के चले जाते. Newspaper. But there are certain Europeans I've seen, they make it a point, they'll take 1 or 2 newspaper. By the time they are traveling in the downtown, they will read everything. By the time they come out, उधर एक garbage can अलग से रहता है. और न्यूज़पेपर गार्बेज में भी चले जाते हैं. हमारा न्यूज़पेपर आता है घर में 10 या 15 रुपीस का. हमारा मम्मी पहला देखती है एकदम ग्लॉसी है, निकाल कल चापाती पार्सल करने के लिए उसको.
नहीं भगवान जी के
हाँ, then we want to do some that what is that some liquid हाँ बेल बनाने के लिए.
जेल वाले भैया क्या जाता है?
Look how newspaper पढ़ने से पहले मम्मी बुक कर देते हैं, वो पेजेस है ना मेरे लिए रखते हैं, मतलब तुम पढ़ने वाले नहीं वो सब्जी उब्जी रैप करने के लिए. That is the value of the newspaper. What does it mean? What does it mean? The value doesn't count what is printed in it. Value only counts what we are going to use it. Sorry to say, एक टाइम ऐसा भी था जब मैं रेलवे में, अभी नहीं बहुत टाइम का पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ, हमारे सामने से वो मम्मी लेके जाएगी, बेटा आपने न्यूज़पेपर लाया है? बोला हाँ आंटी, थोड़ा दे दीजिए ना. बोले ये आंटी जाके पढ़ने जा रही है. देखा तो उसका छोटा बच्चे के नीचे वो न्यूज़पेपर डाल दिया. मैंने जो सीन देखा मैंने बोला नेक्स्ट टाइम से आंटी है क्या कोई बेटा न्यूज़पेपर नहीं, वो मैं खुद यूज कर लिया, लेकिन हाँ क्या पढ़ने के लिए यूज किया जा. Because we are trying to get a newspaper some running between some railway station, but मम्मी जी को वो तकलीफ है, अपना बच्चा के लिए कुछ चाहिए newspaper. And look how Indians are beautifully using newspaper for anything and everything.
So Saturday को newspaper आता है पढ़ने का synthesis.
हाँ, correct, cleaning. So why I'm saying all this, we have to analyze ourselves and the behavior of the moderates. हम लोग का behavior शायद इनसे बहुत मिलता जुलता है ना. न्यूज़पेपर में क्या लिखा वो नहीं देखने का, but how the newspaper is useful for me. Carry on. Sorry, carry on.
सर अभी लोग फोटोज को रैप करने के लिए भी यूज करते हैं.
Wonderful. तू साला पढ़ा लिखा अच्छा लड़का नहीं.
Deputations of Indian leaders were sent to Britain. These political leaders carried.
You underline the word deputation and you write team. मतलब इंडिया से वो लोग लंदन जाते थे. Let's see what they are for. Team of Indian ministers. Team. तुझे क्या लगा? Team of Indian ministers. क्या तू? Carry on.
Ice cream.
These political leaders carried on active propaganda in Britain.
Underline the word propaganda. You can write main objectives or main programs. Carry on.
For example, Dadabhai Naoroji.
Do we have many things here? Because I haven't finished this chapter. Because these persons are very important. G.K. Gokhale, Lokmanya Tilak, Dadabhai Naoroji, that will finish the chapter. He was from Maharashtra. Swaraj is my birthright and I shall have it at any cost. वो किसने बोला था? Lokmanya Tilak. He started a newspaper called Kesari. हाँ, वो सब आएगा भी. You don't worry. I will introduce the personalities and characteristics. They are on the ramp walk now. तू जरा तेरा मुंह बंद कर. Dialogue. Carry on.
Dadabhai Naoroji spent the major part of his life in Britain.
Underline. In fact, this person was referred as Grand Old Man of India, and he spent maximum life in London. And then he spread the message of Indians there in London. In fact, he could collect the people of India there, helping to fight against India. That's okay. British, but he could collect even the British people who was ready to support the Indians to fight against the British. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So this was Dadabhai Naoroji. Yes, he has written a book also, The Drain of Wealth. Not only one, there are many books he has written. In that book, he has written how the Indian currency is going to London.
Yes, sir.
So each and everything he has to clearly explain to the people in London that your government is doing big injustice to the Indians in India. Let's see.
His life in Britain to create awareness among British people and politicians about the plight of Indians. Contributions of early nationalist leaders.
Okay.
Dadabhai Naoroji.
Now do one thing, put the heading, short notes on. Abhi, how you prepare the notes, I'll help you. Very simple and straightforward. वो बाद में लिख दूँ. लिखता 2 दिन. 1 मिनट में दूसरा लिख. एक word भी नहीं लिखता. My boy, you are trying to not to sleep. I know that. I am also trying not to see you. Write down the heading. Short note on which personality we are going for. I will be reading and marking quickly. You start writing now only. So that you have any query, you can check with me right now. So if you remember his lifespan, that is well and good. अगर गलत लिख के आया बहुत मार खाए, उसे अच्छा लिखो ही मत. 18 अगर याद है तो लिखो 1825 तो एक लड़के ने 1947 भी लिख रहा है. बर्थ डेट बराबर है, डेथ डेट उसने अपना मन का जोड़ दिया है ना. So be very sure if you are writing that 1825 to 1917 exactly लिखो. If you get confused, don't write. Second point, popularly known as Grand Old Man of India. Put point number 1. ये पारसी family मुंबई वो सब नहीं चाहिए. He worked as देखो very popular fellow, professor of mathematics. ये अभी भी एक college है, Alfriston College in Mumbai. ये 10 years भी नहीं चाहिए. In fact, ये Alfriston College British लोग ने start किया मुंबई में. It's in South Bombay. Next, go to he left the teaching profession. वो सब नहीं चाहिए. He returned to Bombay. वो भी नहीं चाहिए. He founded open bracket the Bombay Association and edited the newspaper. It is Rast Gofta. I don't know which Parsi word. And Dharma Marg वो सब छोड़ दो. Directly come down this contribution. Are you guys understanding what I'm making you to mark?
Yes, sir.
Second point, sir.
Now I speak English. India's unofficial ambassador है ना, वहाँ से start करेंगे. During his stay in England, Dadabhai, instead of putting the heading, Dadabhai was looked upon. वहाँ से open bracket. Unofficial ambassador for his country. Now, how do I explain the word unofficial ambassador? Normally, if Modi government is sending an ambassador to London or any place, it is a GOV बोलता है, government order verified. अभी Mr. Sudarshan, MEA मतलब Minister of External Affairs, he can represent Indian government about India, but we can't expect Mr. Rahul Gandhi to go to Oxford and utter all kinds of nuisance.
Sir, I will.
And sorry to say, the way he was sitting and the way he was addressing, आप लोग ने उसका continued clipping नहीं देखा. एक इंडियन बंदा उधर ही है लंदन में, and he is an IAS fellow. He banned Rahul Gandhi sweetly. वो वीडियो में चाहिए तो दिखाता हूँ. And Rahul was unable to answer him. No, I was saying this, and this fellow very sweetly बोलते ना जूते से मारा उसको. आपने जो भी बोला क्या बोला आपने इधर आके. On one side, Modi is going to Japan, and people are saying this is the leader. And even Joe Biden, when he was reading one of the statements, the Russian president, when only Modi and Biden are sitting, Modi just have a look at him. Quickly, Biden changed the statement. This shows Indian Prime Minister over the powerful country president. When all the four leaders were walking, everywhere it is the Japanese Prime Minister and Indian Prime Minister in the first position. Joe Biden is coming behind him. मतलब क्या है? Photo speaks, the pictures tells the truth. फिर हमारा राहुल गांधी पॉपुलरली फिर ऑक्सफोर्ड में जाके क्या बोलता है, खिचड़ी फैला रहा है या रायता फैला रहा है, बिकॉज उसको खुदने वाले में वो क्या बोल रहा है. एक 5 मिनट के बाद पूछो कि क्या बोला. इट वाज अ वंडरफुल स्पीच. जो लिखा मैंने पूरा रट्टा मार के. अरे रट्टा मारने से पहले पूछे उसमें क्या लिखा है. मतलब he is saying that India has become close to Ukraine, lawlessness country. Modi ji doesn't listen to anyone. तेरे जैसा बुद्धू का तो सुनेगा भी नहीं. बराबर है ना. If one of my student who is not bright in my class and he wants to just make a name, and every time he is drawing my attention, I will also say. हाँ वो भी बोला उसने. I will deliver that, but it is not a part of my history. But you should watch. In fact, I was loving the way he was dressing. वो अपने आप को अपना पिताजी की तरह दिखाना चाहता है. सर में बाल वैसे भी कमी है उसको. ना भी 53 हो गया तो फिर इतना तो है. And he was sitting like in a very, and that English fellow is asking beautifully, इसका मुंह से जितना कचरा निकालने का निकाले. And you should watch counter statement by an Indian. अभी कल भी उसका इंटरव्यू आया था. And he asked such thorough answer, and he was giving exact reason. And Rahul was shivering in his pants. भैया ये कौन इंडियन है जो मेरे से इतना डिटेल में पूछ रहा है. Why I'm saying this? You represent our country in foreign lands. Sorry to say, even I was there for some few years of time. मैं अपना काम कर रहा था. Why I'm saying sorry? Because I was missing Mumbai and Vada Pav.
Sir, Mumbai ki Vada Pav.
Then what happened if I'm talking to a lady who doesn't know what is and what is Mumbai, but I'm talking to the lady nicely and whatever James is asking, I'm helping them. he or she will remember me that one fellow from Bombay came, one fellow from India came. So I am an ambassador to my country. Is government appointed me?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Then I have to be very careful when I'm behaving with that lady or a gents. That is what unofficial ambassador.
Because they are
Representing. That is why we say when the entire class is there in front of the teacher, you behave quite okay. But when the teacher goes out, that is the time your true monkey jumps out of your pocket. You know? Oh, art gaya. So when you are in foreign land, nobody is to care for you. कौन है? मम्मी ने अरे अभी जाने का साइड मारने का और उसको लेके जाने का. Understand? You understand? Although they will very easy to you. जैसे ही आप आटेगा ना बोलेगा from India, such a bad country. Just India too bad था उसलिए इंडिया का नाम तू खराब किया. So here Dadabhai Naoroji is that kind of ambassador. Government did not appoint him, but he was doing a very valuable job. What is that? Making Indians to understand it is easy. Indians को समझ में आएगा कि Indians के साथ वो लोग अच्छा कर रहे हैं. But making British to understand it is not so easy. Why is it so? How could you make your own country citizen against you? So this was yeoman service, if I'm using the correct word. You know what is yeoman? Valuable service Dadabhai Naoroji has done. So let's just proceed. Meantime, I'll check what is that video will be coming. So you mark the next line. He founded London India Society in 1865. I'm giving back to you for writing, don't worry. He was the first Indian, underline that also, to become the member of British House of Commons. ये ऐसा समझ लो ये लंदन का लोकसभा में वो मिनिस्टर बने उस टाइम का. हाँ, that much money he had to fight an election. He was a member of British Parliament and brought important matters related to India. He was in favor, underline, appointing educated Indians to high posts. देखो उन्होंने बोला अगर आप पढ़ा लिखा है, अगर आपको IAS का जॉब ब्रिटिश दे रहा तो ले लो. Don't reject it because you are at a high post in which government? British government only. It was his due to his efforts. 19 passed the resolution होनी चाहिए. He made ICS exam in England and India simultaneously. इतना ही लिखना. It was his effort. वो सब नहीं चाहिए. He made ICS exam in India and England simultaneously. He founded East India Association in London. चलो इतना ही लिखो. Only keywords लिखना. I'm getting that. Hey, you guys have understood online people?
Yes.
Start writing. I'm trying to get some videos of Dadabhai Naoroji only. नहीं रे फिर ये इधर वीडियो नहीं किया सर. And then that is a couple now.
नहीं फिर बहुत इजी है डाउनलोड करना.
वो अच्छा है. Hey guys, carry on.
राहुल गांधी को
अच्छा.
आपने झापड़ पड़ा है तो देखा है.
नहीं वो बस. Then we have our own chief minister son.
Yes sir.
Hey guys, no more talking now. Dadabhai Naoroji, everyone writing. We got good 30 minutes. I won't finish this chapter. I will start second phase also. And pin drop silent. I don't know what is again when I have fallen. So download it. The future काम तो करी पुलाव में very bit packing with your mouth. नहीं कोई नहीं पूछेगा कोई भी उधर बात नहीं करेगा. What is that boy talking?
Yes sir. He was
You are writing.
Yes sir, I'm writing also.
Your mouth shut. I don't know what gravity is made of. This is what it is a big one.
Sir, you put download the
I didn't.
You have to download, copy, paste, फिर उधर जाके
सर कुछ नहीं करना है बस.
तो आ जाएगा. You want to show us it? I don't know what this.
पर स्लैश के बाद पीरियड आ
पता है
जाए
पता
हाँ वो करेगा, don't worry. You carry on.
है कौन सा resolution करना है?
कोई भी चलेगा यार, इधर अभी रेजोल्यूशन
1080
इधर उधर उधर guys, you keep writing. I'll get one video for anything.
नहीं सर
अच्छा जन
Clean habits को
हाँ take a chair and sit man. Too tall to हाँ आराम से बैठो. हाँ इधर बैठ जाना. And make a folder and put. You write ICSE history. इसमें और 2-3 वीडियोस करा. हाँ सुनना चाहिए. हाँ चलेगा. एक ही तो है.
last 40%.
Guys, you carry on writing.
नोटिफिकेशन आपको ब्लॉक करके रखना
Accept.
इधर एक्सेप्ट ना करना पड़ेगा पेमेंट का
दोबारा कर ले.
दोबारा
Nobody is looking at the screen. I'm coming there to see. डाउनलोड करके
सर एड ब्लॉक करनी है इसलिए इसमें दिक्कत आ रहा है
छोड़ बेटा or directly you download to the main TV desktop or whatever. Then I will play it. है मेरे से
नहीं आपको सही बात
अभी मान Come on. Why are you wasting your time on this mic? Leave it now. फालतू नहीं है, तुझे आता नहीं है.
सर मैं करता हूँ मैंने कर ही लिया था
ठीक है, जाने दे, घर पे जाके अपना नहीं चाहिए. It's leave it.
सर मैं तुम
प्ले करता है
एक करके क्या फायदा? There is no voice and noise.
अरे बार-बार ऐड दिखाया जाता है
Then that other fellow comes. This is that fellow. His name is Siddharth Verma. I'm just playing a video. I hope you won't able to hear the sound. At least listen to what is that.
स्क्रीन करो
Online is a book or something. Please screen share.
सर
Wait.
Yes,
Hey,
sir,
guys.
it is visible.
Guys, listen. Are you seeing this person video? Can you do a share screen from your house?
सर तुम चैट में डाल दो ना
नहीं, वो करेगा.
What is the name of the video?
It is there. Rahul Gandhi in London डाल दे. अभी recently भाई साहब उधर ही जाके आए.
Okay, sir, I can try.
Wait. Now the volume is big. Guys. क्या है?
सर राहुल गांधी को मारने का प्रैक्टिस कर
कोई प्रैक्टिस नहीं.
बड़ा प्रैक्टिस करके
वो कही है
जैसे कि ये भाई साहब ने कलेक्टर पास. हाँ. Path, do it if possible. If not, leave it.
Okay, sir, I'm trying.
And then I have to show you the videos of the Dadabhai Navy.
सर गांधी जी का वो बताया
बाद में पहले लिखेंगे. ये वीडियो देखते रहेंगे तो फिर हो गया कर लेंगे.
Sir, Banerjee को mention करने के लिए.
Yeah, why not?
Sir, I am trying.
That play that video. Why? Now you are getting to a different interaction, at least for an. अच्छा, it is an India conclave he has gone. पहले बात तो मुझे इसको कौन इनवाइट करते हैं, इसको इसका स्टेटमेंट कोई भी चैनल रिकॉर्ड नहीं करना चाहिए.
ये वाला नहीं.
Wait.
हाँ, ये वाला राहुल गांधी.
Put the volume, man. You put the volume and make the screen bigger.
Share sound करो, full screen बढ़ा दो.
Mobile से share sound.
Wait. Hey, you do share sound, Parth. You do the share sound. Be quiet now. You have got the right video.
Total dominance of media.
Now,
if you spend 4 or 5 hours looking at Indian television, you'll find you only see Mr. Narendra Modi. You certainly won't see my friend Yechuri ji on television. In fact, I don't think you've ever been on television. Not to be mean, I'd love to see you on television, but I don't think they would like to give that perspective, you know.
But turning to
also there's another thing which one has to accept, which is that the RSS has built a structure that has penetrated into the large mass, right? And the opposition parties and the Congress need to build such a structure.
Sir, is the video audible for you?
Later. It is audible, man.
Sir, is it the same video or not?
Same video. There is one Dinesh Chaturvedi. He is an Indian IAS officer.
So I can search that and show it to you.
That only. अभी उसका reaction
Okay,
है.
sir.
मैंने जो video देखा है चतुर्वेदी जो भी.
Sir, one second.
ये same video. That is the video which I have shared. वो करेगा ना. Give him some time. Yes, Priya Bharat, what is the doubt?
Sir, I got the video you have shared here.
You do the share screen. Let us see how quick both are. Parth, you just wait.
PC में तो फिर और अच्छे से दिख रहे हैं.
वो मोबाइल में. Priya Bharat, you do the guys now. Be quiet.
Yes, sir.
And let the sound be on. This is the one. India at 75. Look how beautiful is the heading and Jaja gives Gade ko bila. Gandhi at Cambridge University. What? तो उनको भी कोई अपना शो में कॉमेडियन बुलाने का जरूरत नहीं है ना ये. This is the person who is going to Siddharth Verma. I'm sorry. He's going to listen carefully. How does he bag that fellow? And he's unable to answer this.
Bro, share sound करो.
Share the sound, man. उसको already internet खराब है. Embarrassing moment for Rahul Gandhi in London on Tuesday. But
ये caption video है.
Sir, I found it. I am playing.
but your internet connection is not stable.
No, sir, I am Parth. He is Priya Bharat.
Priya Bharat, you just stop the share
Stop
screen.
the screen share. I am sharing the screen.
Parth, you try, man. Because their internet is not stable here. I told us wrong, man. Let's quickly go in. Priya Bharat, you come out of the share screen.
Sir, आप भी stop कर सकते हैं.
नहीं कर सकते. Parth, you only do it. Did you see the video?
Sir, I found it.
Now you play it. Now be quiet now. ये मैं अभी पहला और लास्ट करेगा. हाँ, that is one.
Fit witness.
Sir, I also found that video.
हाँ. Carry forward. चालू. करने दो ना उसको, रुको.
Is video audible?
No. Not audible.
Sir, 1 second, I'm doing it.
Next sound again. तुम लोग का मुंह भी बंद रखो, वही रिकॉर्ड होगा. You have to call this and get to do all this.
Rashtra is, the Sanskrit.
Rashtra is kingdom.
Rashtra, no, it's a Sanskrit name for
Be quiet. Be quiet.
You quoted Article 1 of the Constitution saying India, that is Bharat, is a union of states as per the Constitution. But if you turn a page back and look at the preamble, it does mention that India is a nation. Bharat itself is one of the oldest surviving civilizations of the world. And the term finds its origin in the Vedas. So we have a really old civilization. So Chanakya, even Chanakya, when he interacted with his students in Takshashila, he made it clear to them that they might belong to different Mahajanpads, but ultimately they belong to a nation that is Bharat. Adi Shankaracharya, he said, 10 seconds.
1 second. Did he use the word nation?
He said, you belong to a Rashtra. Rashtra is, the Sanskrit.
Rashtra is kingdom.
Rashtra, no, it's a Sanskrit name for a nation. So
Nation,
they were.
nation is the word nation, right, is a Western concept.
So when I talk about nation, I don't just talk about a political entity, because we've had these experiments across the world. You had USSR, you had Yugoslavia, you had the experimentation with the United Arab Republic. So unless nations have a strong socio-cultural and emotional bonding and a composite culture, a constitution cannot make a nation. Nations make constitutions. My question is, don't you think as a political leader, your idea of India is not only flawed and incorrect, but also destructive because it attempts to whitewash a history of thousands of years?
No, actually, I don't.
That's okay. Switch it off. That's okay. Now let us come back to normal. He is unable to answer, and that fellow is a scholar in that institute only, where this fellow has gone to spread unwanted news about India. इसको मेरे ख्याल से बोला जाता है जाके उधर कुछ भी बकबक कर, है ना? तेरा नाम वैसे तो पब्लिसिटी में आता ही है ना? And he knows what he is talking and what he is not talking. But I always feel that at least he is throwing a bad.
Sir, do we have to play another video?
No need. Thank you for that support, man. That's enough. Okay. Let's get on to the work. Everyone have written Dadabai Nauruji. Let us go to the next one. Why not? Let us go to the next one. डाल के ये पट्टा और काम कर रही है और कुछ. चलिए, let us go to the next leader, Surendranath Banerjee. First point, he was a national leader, journalist, and a dedicated educationist. Pencil. Point number 1. Now only you can start writing, listening to me. Born in Bengal, अगर नहीं भी लिखा चलेगा.
So where is that point?
He was underlined first Indian to qualify for ICS. Maybe in objectives they might ask, who is the first person to qualify for ICS exam? Very good. Let us go to the next one. He worked as underlined magistrate in Assam. बस उतना ही चाहिए. He began his career. No need to mention his name again and again. As a professor of English, circle that. It's a metropolitan. I think this college is there or not. I do not know. He set up his own school and was elected to Kolkata Corporation. Bas, वहाँ तक ही करो. He was appointed as a self-government and health by the governor of Bengal in 1921. वहाँ से open करना. Then he was first Indian he was the first Indian to hold that position. He advocated नहीं लिखना, you write, he spread the use of constitutional. If you don't remember constitutional, you write peaceful. His famous saying was "वो नहीं चाहिए." Banerjee was known as underlined father of Indian nationalism, and contribution to fight against the wrong policies of British. He found about Indian Association.
Sir, where it is written that Banerjee was known as?
Here it is. That line, did you see? Then second point in that same heading, next point. In order to create all India political organization, यहाँ से bracket open करना. Surendranath convened the Indian National Conference in 1883 in Kolkata. Next, he merged Indian National Congress in 1886. Directly merged में आ जाना. He and then political. He edited a newspaper in Bengali. It's Bengali. In those languages are like that. Powerful medium for his public opinion. No need for that. His book, The Nation in Making, only underline, gives political concept of his view. Only view, huh? Banerjee started against the agitation. He started agitation against the License Arms Act, Vernacular Act, and against reducing that age. Only उतना ही लिखो. He opposed. ये भी मैं बाद में बताता हूँ. Who are this Morley and Minto? Come on, write down for Banerjee right now. Don't waste the time so that we can discuss the next chapter if possible. While writing, you face any difficulty, tell me quickly. Yes.
For contribution, what
contribution, I'll tell you, leave that. वही मुझे याद है, वो छोड़ दे, मैं बाद में मार्क करता हूँ. पहले भी लिखने स्टार्ट करो. Because I now marking that the confusion starts. Boy, enough. Earlier also doing the same. Yes, ma'am. What's it?
So in writing the contribution of Dadabhai Naoroji, we did not mention the points of role in the Congress.
Now you just leave that paragraph as it is, and then you start marking this. Anyway, I'm going to come back. I'll be explaining that also.
Okay, sir.
That's okay. I didn't mark it. Let it be.
Just to contribution.
पूरा जो मैंने मार्क किया. वो सब जो मैंने मार्क किया लिखना दो. What happened? Please, please. After writing this, I'll discuss the political contributions of Dadabhai Naoroji. Even Akansha asked me, and people are also. I'm going to discuss that. Line by line, word by word. And make these chapters very quick and easy. Huh? Because once I finish all this chapter, I'll be entering into World War I. Not now. And that is a topic where you will be having good contact with the history. Come. Mm-hmm. You might have hurt yourself. क्या जिंदगी मत बोलो. Any points in writing issues you can ask me. Both onliners also. Parth, who has left? Priya Bharat is there. Akansha, and who is the other girl who is missing? Swastika.
Swastika, but I think she left the meeting.
But what happened? No idea, sir. Sujit madam, वो बच्चा का क्या हुआ जरा चेक करना. वो स्वास्तिका करके एक बच्ची थी. She has left my class.
हाँ sir.
There was a student earlier named Swastika online.
हाँ sir. Abhi she is not there.
And just check what has happened. I don't know. She has missed my class.
Okay.
Thank you. Raira. My beauty. No, but just वो उसका इंतजाम है. सिर्फ मेरा attention खींचना. Attention check कर. Seeker उसके meaning में. Hey guys, while writing, please have any queries, check with me.
Okay.
It's very few national leaders have joined. Some majority people did not join. They will serve for some time and they feel कि इतना भी मेहनत किया तो they want to feel a bite of it. And if they feel now the British government there also they are putting trouble, they must serve them, retired on their own. Come. You should watch this logo first. Finish again. कौन बोला तुमको क्लास में डाल? Extra one is good. You should earn it to put it. And tell me some chance of Bhagavad Gita. There's one app, is that? Using. Carry on, carry on. It's related to our ISKCON. Look at this one. One of my Guruji only gave this. Okay. You use it. Same app. Maybe use me. No, it is all digital. Yeah, app hai where you will download it. You get all the details.
So what is the name of the app?
तूने पकड़ लिया?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good man. Wait, I'll show you my phone only. Why to?
No, sir, your phone is not visible. You
This-
can
this
write
is
the name on the
app.
board.
Are you seeing that?
Sir, like a meeting join करती है.
Are you seeing? This is the name of the app.
Sir, ये तो rapper है.
Did you
Okay,
see
sir.
the?
Okay, sir.
That is the one. You will get all the details into it. Hey guys, now let us go to Dadabhai. Now it's you are wasting the good number of time. At 10:30 or 45? 10:30. And then I'll finish and start the new chapter.
Sir, in the Bhopal, Krishna Bhopale, not Tata.
वो उनका एक दो पैराग्राफ रह गया ना, तूने तो पूछा.
अच्छा हाँ.
अच्छा है तू हाँ है क्या? Sorry, sometimes I feel I'm talking very aggressive with you guys. It's okay. You learn to face the world. Who will be more kadus than me? Kौन? Two. Kadus. ठीक है. Thank you. You are giving a biggest compliment to my character. अरे हमारा जननी ने हमको बोला है. फिर तू बोलेगा तो मैं बुरा नहीं बोलूँगा. Janani is my producer, mother. She tells me some dialogues that I only born and brought up you, but I don't know how you behave and what circumstances. तो मैंने बोला तूने मुझे ठीक से पाला नहीं. बोले क्या? हाँ मैं बोलता हूँ तुझे ही नहीं मालूम है तो हाँ वही मैं सोच रही हूँ. मतलब फिर मेरा रियल मम्मी लंदन में है ना, मुझे मालूम है मैं जा रहा हूँ. उसका फोटो भी है मेरे पास. जो अच्छी है उसको लेके आ जा. ठीक है. लड़की या मम्मी? मम्मी बोल. अच्छा ठीक है. लेकर किसको आने का? मम्मी को ना. मैं अच्छी मम्मी. तो और कुछ मीनिंग समझ के और किसी को लाया थे. हो जाएगी बल्ले बल्ले कर. Let us get into. Give me dear. This online people will be thinking. Okay. Reproductions of Krishna. Hey, we are in page number 41, and my good friend wants what? Yes, madam. What is the trouble with that child?
Sir, nobody is picking up the phone. So
that's okay. Just leave a message and it's okay. Because she was there some time ago, but I don't know, might be some network issues. Thank you.
What issues, sir?
Okay, carry on with the page number 41. There are his contribution and role in the Congress, and he exposed the ills. You write down one question there only. Expose the economic ills, hai na? Explain DN. Acha. Explain DN's work on plunder of wealth. Explain DN's work. You understand DN? That's Nauroji. Good one. He's come up from the sleep. DN's work on economic exploitation or drain of wealth, whatever you write. And now you write one more question, role in the Congress. How DN role in Congress? Udhar ek aur question likho. How DN contributed to the Congress? What was the contribution of DN in Congress? Whatever it is, one and the same. Now we are marking the answer for two questions. Did Akansha get it what I'm saying?
So could you please repeat the first question?
First, short note on the economic drain by DN. Pura question changes.
Short note on.
हाँ ठीक है. ये मेरा colonial cousin था. He was in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Okay, we are coming back to the role of Congress. Point number 1. Directly, you can add DN's role in Congress was praiseworthy. You can add very efficient. Second, he actively participated in INC formation. Sit down. No problem. Sit down. Well, is becoming. It's okay. Chill now. Chill. Relax. I'll get it for you.
Relax.
Second point, he actively participated in INC formation. I'm just changing the words. Third point, he became Congress president thrice. और एग्जाम में लिखते समय careful रहना 1886, 93 and 1906 respectively. Next point, he passed the resolution. Are you understanding? I'm making some changes there. Boycott Swadeshi and national education under his presidency. और ऐसे भी लिख सकता है under his presidency ये resolution pass हुआ. Correct है? Is that answer clear for everyone? Write those points first now in your notebook. Although you are crushing, then there are lots of wires. How will you pick up that? Aram se. Don't get panic. Aram se. Don't put any confusion. Yes. Write only short and sweet points only. Sweet based on the marks you get it. Alright. एक काम कर तूने I'm going to pull his ears now. Ask only the doubts and no words at all. Anyone mark my answer? What I've marked? Yes, sir. Yes. Because I was giving input, but he didn't give me that. इसको भी लिखा. जल्दी करो. We have to go with the next answer. Akansha and company got it? Please go ahead. And while writing, chit chat only history. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the floor. Indian Sleeping Congress. I don't know. So I'm not the president of that. And I'm born. Yeah, I watched it. I feel in one of the big pub in Mumbai, and we had a good those. वही मेरा friend आया था college वाला बंदा. And that giant screen it was. And it was मेरा body ये वो sir stopped gymming for last in few weeks. I'll be jumping into hit the gym very soon. आज ही जाऊँगा. Gym से थोड़ी लेना देना. There is a nice gym in my area. All the trainers are my co-colleagues and co-friends. Name. It's one of the posh gym in my area.
अंदर का जो घर है वो एरिया कौन से
मेरे ख्याल से एरिया का नाम पालवीच बोलते हैं नाम चेंज करके बीच में पाल रखते हैं बस रोड के बाजू में जो सिग्नल ट्रैफिक पुलिस खड़ा रहते हैं उसको हटा के उधर
उसके बाजू में भी हॉस्पिटल है पुलिस स्टेशन
नहीं क्योंकि जब भी मेरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ है तो उठा के अपना मुंह लेके अगर ऐसा रहता तो तुरंत उठा के लेके नहीं जाते बाइक को भी मैंने लेके जाके छोड़ा दिस वाज प्रोफ्यूजली ब्लीडिंग एंड जैसे ही हॉस्पिटल में घुसा ना वो लड़की आई टीचर ने जब देख के पूरी बात मतलब माल मुझे लगा है तू क्यों लड़की एंड दे वर स्टिचिंग
बिना हेलमेट भी चला मेरे को भी
हेलमेट था but that was a dirt bike. And I put a jump and brake dabaya, so then I was below and bike was above me. So that was one good thing. And it's students का phone भी आया सर आप लेक्चर के लिए आ रहे हैं मैं नहीं आ सकता एक्सीडेंट. I don't believe it. उसको मार को मैंने WhatsApp में मेरा फोटो. Oh my God ये क्या पिक्चर? मतलब सच में बोलते हैं. Yes, starting only one is. Hey, come on now. These guys will be funny. तुम मार के. लिखा क्या? लिखो. Girl is going to get good beatings from you. तो ये तीसरा बार जरा अभी ये मार नहीं है. These are small He was the first president. 3 times he was the president of INC. पहले मैं स्टेट बोर्ड का इंग्लिश लिखता था, that was बॉम्बे साइड में जाम करता था, and students को एक लड़की को झपड़ मारा लाइफ में, and she fell down. उसकी मम्मी आई, मुझे लगा भी नान उनको बम्बार है, and she was saying sorry मैंने sorry I didn't beat her on the cheek. उस टाइम तो भी मेरा आदत है कि मैं बच्चों को कभी cheek में नहीं मारता. And I was trying to scratch my hand, वो लड़की ने अपना हाथ डाल दिया. And then that result was gone on her cheek and police issue and then cut up. After similar. I hope you guys are all बच्चे के गए. मतलब पूरा बुला नहीं. Sorry. लड़की ने कुछ मस्ती किया था जिसके लिए मैंने मारा. फिर बाद से कभी नहीं मारा. बाद में मैं सोच रहा हूँ एक कैंडिडेट मेरे सामने बैठा है. अभी एक हल्का टी शर्ट में एक लड़का है. ये भी अच्छा नहीं. इससे पेरेंट्स को देखते नहीं
बिल्कुल राइट करने की तरह कुछ याद नहीं है.
You look at the dress code and और बात करने की बात तो जब ये बंदा पूछ रहा था it was totally
पेशेंट ऐसे देखकर लगते
कौन उसका वार्डरोब को है ना ऐसा मुंह पे झापड़ मारना चाहिए, इसका सर पे बाल लें कैसा कैसा बना के इसको बेच देता है. And the way he is talking is utterly nuisance. He is 53 years old now. And somebody told me, not somebody, उसका political party worker का एक खास बंदा हमारा पहचान का. उसको मैं जब भी फोन करता हूँ, बोलो सर आपको किससे मिलने का, बोले तेरे से ही मिलने का. And he told me this person is having a wife in Italy. ऐसा बोलते हैं पता नहीं है. Every 6 months this man goes and he spends some time there and he comes back. Already मम्मी इटालियन रहने की वजह से इंडिया में उसको बहुत जूते पड़े क्योंकि मिसेस इंदिरा गांधी ने उसको बहू एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया बहुत टाइम तक. एंड ये बोलते हैं पता नहीं शायद हो सकता है अगर वो मालूम पड़ गया इंडिया में कि इस बंदे का भी इटाली में किसी से शादी हो गया then he will be royally FUCKED out of India.
सर लीक कर दो.
मैं कैसे कर सकते, मेरे पास थोड़ी तेरे जैसा बॉटल और पानी है लीक करने की.
अरे वर्दी
प्रूफ चाहिए, चुपचाप लिख. And that is not my job to leak his personality. हाँ बहुत जरूरी है, मुझे फेमस नहीं होना. Let's proceed to the next question. Akansha and other people are there. I'm proceeding to the next question. Now Banerjee का जो political ideas है, mark point number 1. He wrote a book. एक काम करो ये लिख लो मैं आंसर देता हूँ. He wrote a book. because ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही changes आ रहा है. He wrote a book. Short note on his political ideas. He wrote a book. Nation in Making. He wrote a book, Nation in Making, in which he wrote a book, Nation in Making, in which gives a detailed account of. He gives a detailed account of. He gives a detailed account of political concern. Detailed account of his political concern. Full stop. Second point. मैं बोलूँगा और वेट करूँगा ये. Nathuram Godse. Why you don't know? 3 bullets. वो कल ही वो ब्रांच को मैं पूरा डिटेल्स बता रहा था. Nathuram Godse gave more than 45 minutes of live speech and he gave 108 reasons why did he kill Gandhi. उसका भी रहेगा वीडियो देख लो. And many people after listening to the video they are quite okay कि इस बंदे ने करेक्ट किया. And his brother is still alive. I think वो अभी उनका डेथ हो जाएगा. Younger brother and he is also saying कि my brother shot Gandhi ji and we don't have any repenting. So he gives a very detailed reason. वो तो फिर मैं थोड़ी Nathuram Godse and I can't record it on the camera. It's very bad. Write down the next second point. He also expressed his views clearly. He also expressed his views clearly. Akansha, other people are writing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Parth.
Yes, sir.
Good. He expressed his views clearly on the system of self-rule. He expressed his view clearly on the system of self-rule. On self-rule leading to the idea of Swaraj. Leading to the idea of Swaraj. Next point. Next point. He was a strong opposer of. He was a strong opposer. OPPOSER. This is the spelling. Opposer of or opposed will accept of Morley-Minto reforms. Morley-Minto reforms. These are the two officers. When time permits, I will be discussing in the next lecture. Minto Morley बोलता है. ये लोग ने UGC कमीशन इंडिया में लेकर आया. Morley and Minto. नहीं. Morley-Minto reforms. Two officers of the British who had brought many reforms on Indian education. Next point. मास्क के ऊपर भी इतना क्लियरली दिखता है तो मास्क बेचारे ने क्या बात किया रहेगा सर सड़ा हुआ बदबू तो पूरा दिन from the mask only I can see your vertebral column. इतना बड़ा मुंह खोलना जरूरी है मास्क छोटा पड़ गया I don't know why still some people are wearing it. Your this thing I'm not going to say. On the top now, government is saying when you are wearing that mask in between these, you are the only person affected by your own bad breath. ये ना हमारे क्लास का शेक चलिए सडनली उठ के पूछिए मैं कहाँ बैठा नहीं मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है right on the next time हाँ सारे subjects he edited a newspaper called Bengali. Name of the newspaper. He edited the newspaper called Bengali. Sorry, हम किसका लिख रहे हैं? तेरे से influence कर रहे हैं. He edited a newspaper Bengali in which criticized the British administration in India clearly. In which criticized the British administration in India clearly. Now the last part of the chapter today, British administration in India clearly. Then let us go to Gopal Krishna Gokhale in 1866 to 1915. I am marking very slow. If people finding that my marking is going slow, start writing now only. G.K. Gokhale, give me a pencil.
Yes, sir.
Criticize the British administration clearly. G.K. Gokhale, point number 1. Born in Maharashtra, 1866. No need to write Kolhapur. Directly write born in Maharashtra. Everyone mark.
Sir, wait a second.
He was a professor of a college abhi bhi hai Pune mein, very popular. Second point, history and economics at Ferguson College. Third point, he joined the Deccan Education Society. Third point, he joined Deccan Education Society and was influenced by the ideas of Justice M.G. Ranade. Are you seeing how am I connecting the points before and after?
Yes, sir.
Next, he went to England. He joined the Deccan Society founded by Ranade and was influenced by the ideas of Ranade and was influenced by his ideas. M.G. Ranade do baar kyun aa? And was influenced by his ideas. Are you understanding? Next, he went to England to propagate Indian views before the Welby Commission. And next point, he was awarded the title of Companion of Indian Empire. So look here, born in Maharashtra, deep inside, but he is working even for the London people. And London government is giving him the award. I mean, I should feel at least some Maharashtrians, proud Maharashtrians from India and from Maharashtra should look at these people. बस हम लोग अभी पॉलिटिक्स में घुसे हुए रहते हैं और कुछ नहीं शिवसेना ये उद्धव उसी में नहीं हम लोग मतलब we are living in Maharashtra. तू भी नहीं मैं भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ. But we are taking as Maharashtrians only. Gokhale became underlined for most popular leader. He became Liklo in INC. He presided over Varanasi. INC के बाद लिखने का president डाल के लिख देने का Varanasi session and 1905 उतना ही. President of INC 1905. Then 19O भी बोल सकते हैं. 19O जो तू बोलेगा हम बोल सकते हैं. Next one contribution. अभी political अलग अलग नहीं. I will try to cut short the entire 4 paragraphs into only one. So you want me to give this?
Next class.
No. Now only. You finish writing what I have marked you right now. नहीं ये नहीं होगा. मार्क नहीं करवा सकते क्योंकि पूरा आधा पेज है और मैं 3-4 लाइन में दे दूंगा उसको. जल्दी ये करना फिनिश करो. I will give the second part right now.
Second part did the film लिखते.
That's a nice idea, but we want that first one. आप लोग जब लिखते समय कुछ तो दिमाग में जाएगा ना. That is the reason.
18.
As an experienced teacher, I understand each and every act I do with my students. मुझे देखने के बाद फिर नॉकिंग की मत. Carry on writing. Hey, quickly finish it off and tell me so that I can finish the other part of the answer also. So this entire chapter is today done. And every day you guys are going to write two questions. I've already made my CBSE batch. Make a separate notebook now. Make a separate notebook where you will be writing. हाँ चलेगा. अगर आपका old notebook है घर में जो वो भी लेकर आओ. Not today onwards, from next lecture onwards. Next lecture onwards I will. हाँ बाबा उसमें last में 100 पेज पकड़. Common sense use करता नहीं फिर मेरा common sense गया बाहर में. Didn't? All? Another guy. तेरे जैसे सिर्फ मुंह से टाइप राइटिंग. Come here quickly. Show me that one. Where is my marking for GK? Where is that? When I was seeing from their last 2 minutes, you were just sketching on the. Come in and say close to me. Did I ask you to write or not? Then what are you wasting the time for? What are you wasting the time for, man? What writing? Write down quickly. There are others to be patterned now. Beautifully sketching and saying is writing. You are rushing with the things and you are sketching there. Again, you tell me the truth. I was working for 2-3 minutes. Only I come. Write down. Maharashtra लिखने के 3 दिन लगता है. Quickly, where is your pen? You don't use pen. Okay, next lecture, I don't know. Everyone must show their fair notebook, and all my notes should be their history. Yes, sir. नहीं आज नहीं देखूंगा because I know that now there is a gap now, so you can fill it up. There are some Pied Piper family in history. You know who was Pied Piper?
Yes, sir.
You should learn English properly. छोड़ो वो बेचारा को वैसे भी हिस्ट्री में समझने के लिए टाइम लगता है. इंग्लिश तो बाद में. Others, come on quick. I'm giving the notes now. Carry on. Write the heading. His contribution. G.K. Gokhale was popular for. G.K. Gokhale was popular for constitutional means. G.K. Gokhale was popular for constitutional means. Second point, he opposed British government. Constitutional means. He opposed British government and criticized. He opposed British government and criticized on huge army expenditure. And criticized on huge army expenditure. Next.
And criticize huge army expenditure.
Yes. One more sentence. After that, I leave you. He adopted a strong anti-British sentiments. He adopted a strong anti-British sentiments, which are noted as below. Yeah, I hope this answer you leave it to me only. When I meet you in my next evening lecture or whatever it is, we'll complete this. So here, whatever questions are given on page number 46, it is 1 to question number 7. Are you seeing it, everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All the questions with a pencil in your volume. And plus, I will be checking your completed notes in your notebook. Thank you.
Sir, इससे पहले कि जो growth of nationalism और उसका
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
भी क्वेश्चन access करके
क्या बोल रहा है?
इसके पहले भी
तो फिर वो कौन मैं करेगा? कैसा क्वेश्चन तो पूछता है? इसके आगे का भी कंप्लीट तुझे ही करने का। मतलब नहीं है, पहले तेरा कॉमन सेंस को मैं बाहर निकालूंगा। And you man, try to concentrate. You ask all valuable time, but
Like rivers also, they have named the ones that you would have. So that applies for the boards. Okay, so you can go as per that. Yes, ma'am. Okay, one to the left, one to the right. I can't see that. That girl, come here. Sit here. What? Miss. Is she? Here does it come in? Where is copy this? Behind her.
On last bench it will come.
Here
After that.
coming this.
Yeah, ma'am.
Here it's this. You come here. Yeah, quietly. What I'm saying, just you slide later. On the out. Keep your bag there. On the outside. Use one bench in the front. With bag. You who's hiding. वो दिखता है उसके ऊपर टीचर का ज्यादा ध्यान जाता है याद रखो समझते हैं खड़ा रहे stand move out stand means ऐसे stand कर आपके मॉडल के जैसे I expect stand isn't standing like that okay one minute from national it is now how we stairs are it will have camera which one will they get? This camera also. And negative board any camera use. What happens? Go to my email login. Who asked you to come here? Get up. Get up. Now, so many people now to so not for work sure. Are it safe? Outside, whatever I tell you, you will do the opposite. Bag in the middle. Right, yeah. You want that? किसको पूछ के गया है? Who? But then you should have at least told me and gone. Now he's calling. I was busy with something. Not a job to tell now. No time. What happened? You have a cold, no? So you बुलाया मैम ने? तो क्या बोला? You have a cold. You don't have any fever, right? है क्या? I touched you नहीं है कुछ. You're not warm at all. No fever. Body and he's not saying anything. अरे मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ. I'm so sick too. He's in fact he was told us. He was told us इसको जाना है घर. If you feel anything, you tell me. हाँ वो एक गया ना घर.
ऐसा नहीं ये महीने में सब्जी कर लेता
Natural vegetation. Natural vegetation.
क्या है मेरा नाम I don't know
And which screen will they be able to see?
Ma'am, the natural vegetation slide.
Yeah, I want them to see that board. They can see the board. Yes, ma'am. Can they see? Okay.
Ma'am, are you changing the slides?
Yeah. Wait.
Yes, ma'am, the slides are changing.
That's fine. Able to see?
Yes.
Not all. Those online are able to see?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Open your textbooks also to the page. Don't know what to tell you. Chapter 9. Chapter 6. Volume. Okay. See you start.
Natural vegetation refers to the plant community which has grown naturally without any human assistance and has not been disturbed over a long time, so as to allow its individual species to adjust themselves fully to the climate and soil conditions. Thus, grass, shrubs, and trees, which grow on their own without any human interference, constitute the natural vegetation of an area.
So first, what is natural vegetation? What is growing naturally without any human assistance? It has not been planted. If you have a garden or something on those lines, it is something which has been made by man. So that is not a part of the natural vegetation.
Forest.
Forest, what is growing naturally. Okay, so that's here on the screen also you can see. Natural vegetation refers to the plant cover that has not been disturbed over a long time and has grown naturally, depending upon the climate and soil conditions of that area. Take your notebooks out. I'll tell you the points that you need to write. Just write points, I'm telling you. Relations are so strong, who can break? But the one relation can ask and who can break? Okay, so write first, grown without human assistance. Write what I'm writing on the board. Those online can see, no? Grown without human assistance. Second point, not being disturbed over a long time. Not being disturbed over a long time. Grasses, shrubs, trees. Okay, enough. So grasses, shrubs and trees. Yes, Priyabrat.
Ma'am, I have a doubt regarding ICSE syllabus. So, ma'am, this year the 6-figure grade reference question won't come.
Go as per the syllabus, what is mentioned in the CISE website.
Ma'am, it is mentioned only 4 figures.
So if it's specifically not there and it's saying that it's not there, then it won't be there. So you go as per that.
Okay.
Check directly from the website, okay? Don't check anywhere else.
Chapter 6 cancelled.
6 figure. Okay. So natural vegetation refers to the plant cover that has not been disturbed over a long time and has grown naturally depending on the climate and soil conditions of that area. Grasses, shrubs and trees. Shrubs are what? Small bushes like. Trees constitute the natural vegetation of an area. Next part, read.
Does those plants also not visible inside the building? Like for walls,
Yeah, what is naturally growing is a part of that.
There is a difference between flora, vegetation, and foliage. Flora refers to the plants of a particular region or a field, listed as species and considered as a group. For example, the eastern Himalayas have about 4,000 species of plants, which vary with increasing altitude from tropical to temperate and alpine.
So what is flora? Refers to the plants of a particular region or period listed as a species. It has the name of the type of tree or flora that it is. Example, there are 4,000 species of plants in the eastern Himalayas, and there are flora categories of different types, which include evergreen, deciduous, tropical, no, evergreen, tropical evergreen is the same thing, alpine, those growing in the mountains. We'll talk about that in the later part of this chapter. Don't write what you have to write, I'll tell you. Now just pay attention. Okay, then you only continue.
Meditation on plant other
Paras over. Okay, then.
Right. Vegetation on the land refers to the assemblage of the plant series having living in association with each other in the given environment. For example, the redwood forest, coastal mangroves, roadside wheat patches, cultivated gardens and lavens, etc. Lawns, etc. All are
Encompass means it is included in.
encompassed by the term vegetation. The major vegetation type of the world are grown as forests, grasslands, scrubs, and
Tundra. Tundra are grasslands.
Shrubs and grass.
Shrubs and grasses. Shrubs is
No shrubs, only tundra.
Tundra and grasslands. That's what I told you. Tundra. The taiga, tundra, they are grasslands. Yes, sir. Yeah, it is cold over there. Doesn't rain. They are grasslands. Tundra and even the taiga, they're both the same. Yeah. Then.
Forest refers to a large tract of land covered with trees and accompanying undergrowth of shrubs, working and sustaining thousands of animals, plants and animals. In legal terminology, forest is any land with its vegetative cover and has been so declared under a legal provision.
Okay, then next is this. Forests play an important role.
What is a forest?
Importance of forests. Forests play an important role. They are as follows. In your book, I think it is divided into productive and all those. Productive functions and protective and necessary for access. Yeah. So first is the productive. Second is protective. No. I'll tell you when you're. Third is regulate. And access. ORY.
Yes.
Access. You all can write while we are doing it, so take your notes.
You can write the importance of forest and productive.
Yes. I'll write importance. Okay, importance or its functions. What role does it play?
Importance of forest. Productive. Various trees provide us with products such as foods, leaves, insects, members of the plant. Food is used for making furniture is in houses as well as industrial units. Food and bamboo pulp are used for manufacturing paper and paper molds. Food is used as a source of energy for cooking and for providing warmth. Forest products other than paper and firewood include fibers, textile oils, oilseeds, and edible plants. Bamboos provide a means of livelihood for the tribals to make mat, basket, rope, etc. using bamboo. It is also used in the manufacture of umbrellas.
Okay. So in productive, what all is included? All the products that we get from the forest, which we utilize. For example, you will have timber. Timber is what? Wood. Or you might have bamboo, which is used. Or you might make oil, so oil seeds, right? Then what are the use? Sandalwood. Etc. Okay. So here what are we talking about? Overall understand here what does it say? About the products that we obtain from the trees which we utilize. The roots are used, the shoots are used. Okay. Next comes the protective function. So it's a he has a bad throat, so let him not pursue. Louder, huh? Here, what are we talking about? We spoke about humus.
What is humus? The top layer.
Humus is the organ. Who else? Humus is the top layer of the soil which has organic material in it. Okay, and that is the best part of the soil which plants utilize for their growth. Okay, so that's humus. So humus acts like a sponge. What does it do? It absorbs water. So thereby, also because of that, plants can grow, which prevents in soil erosion. So these are the protective functions. In what way? They protect our environment. Productive was what? The products that are obtained. Protective is what? Protection. Protecting of our environment. So humus, which acts as sponge.
And soil is
Prevents soil erosion. Yes.
controls the water temperature.
Okay. So not only humans, but overall because of that, forests act as protectors, right? Because of the forest, there are trees which are holding on to the soil, due to which there is no erosion. And if there is erosion, then we have a lot of floods and droughts. We don't want that to happen. Droughts are what? Absolute shortage. And floods is what? The opposite of that. Okay, then the regulatory functions. Who's next? Regulatory.
Regulatory function. The trees utilize carbon dioxide.
Regulatory means what? Remember, regulate. What does the fan regulator do? It adjusts the speed, it controls the speed. So regulatory would imply controlling of certain aspects of the environment.
Carbon dioxide and release oxygen during photosynthesis. The oxygen released by the trees is used by the animals. Thus, the trees perpetuate the cycles of oxygen and carbon dioxide.
Perpetuate means they encourage. Because of that, the cycle is encouraged.
They also regulate the water cycle. The trees absorb water from the ground, release water and transpiration to the atmosphere, helps to form carbon precipitation, which brings water and releases soil. That's the water cycle.
So your regulation in what terms we spoke about? In terms of oxygen cycle and water cycle. What is the difference between the water cycle and hydrological cycle? Hydrological. What is the difference?
Hydrological water produce electricity and water cycle.
Hydrological cycle and water cycle.
Hydrological cycle is a man-made thing which is used to produce electricity, and water cycle is the natural thing
They are both the same things. Okay. Hydrological cycle, water cycle. They are both the same thing. You'll have done water cycle, no, in your childhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Hydro means water. Hydrated. You are hydrated means you've had enough of water. Right?
Yes.
So water and hydration or hydrological cycle are the same. Okay, then you have the accessory function. Most now you have the mark. Who's next? Who doesn't have a book? No. It's your turn, make sense remember. Every time you don't need. दुकानों में तो अवेलेबल ही नहीं है करेक्ट इतना दूर जाना पड़ता है no and they are available even in the local stores as well.
Money matters.
And price so your parents have told you don't buy. Then what are you talking anything?
हम वो पुराना book use करते हैं. There is money.
So okay, that you can conserve, it's fine. But if you don't have, that doesn't mean you don't have a book and then you will think of the price. Those are all excuses.
Accessory functions means that forests provide habitat for wildlife. Forests also provide aesthetics and recreation to human beings through national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and biosphere.
Right. Habitat for wildlife. Then is aesthetics. Aesthetics means it looks good. People go there for recreation. Aesthetic.
Northern Lights.
Sorry?
Northern Lights.
Yeah, Northern Lights. So you might be going to some reserve. You'll stay there for some time. You'll feel good over there. So that's a part of aesthetics. And then
Reservation of biosphere.
no, after this was recreation.
Beach.
Recreation means going for a holiday, for a vacation.
That is
Okay?
vacation.
Huh?
That is vacation.
What?
Recreation is vacation.
Huh? Like for breaks from your daily routines. Okay? Or kya hai? So you read all the 4 points?
Yes, ma'am.
Huh? Okay, here we'll do this. Forests are highly productive since they provide us, you can see behind benches. Can you see? Then see the board, see the screen. Fruits, leaves, tubers of plants, wood for furniture, wood pulp for manufacturing paper. Animals provide food in the form of meat to the tribals. Essential oils from oil seeds, edible plants, fibers, etc. Fourth, bamboo in the forest also provides means of livelihood to the tribal people. Means of livelihood means source of income for the tribal people, as they make mats, ropes, baskets, etc. from these bamboos. The forests protect from flooding by controlling the flow of water and prevent evaporation of water due to humus. Roots of trees in the forest bind the soil firmly, which prevents soil erosion. So this is which type of function? Protective. The trees absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen, which is used by human beings and animals, which regulatory. Trees, correct. Trees also help in regulating the water cycle. Regulatory. The forests provide an abode for wild animals. Accessory. It also provides recreation to humans through various wildlife sanctuaries. Accessory. Next, James.
Can we write 1, 2, or 3, 4?
For this, you will write only this much for now. Then in detail, you all can do from the text. Okay. Next part.
Next types of vegetation.
Not a line. Yes. Is there any introductory part?
Yes.
Read that fast.
India has variety of forest and natural vegetation due to variation in climatic conditions, soil types and relief features. The Western Ghats and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are marked by tropical rainforest. The Himalayas have temperate vegetation. The desert and semi-desert region of Rajasthan have wide variety of bushes and thorny vegetation. And the Delta region have tropical forest and mangroves. The country can be divided into 5 major vegetation regions, which are tropical evergreen, tropical deciduous, tropical desert, littoral, and mountain.
Okay. Yes, northern plains. See now here you have the natural tropical evergreen forest, which is that this green part. Over here you have the tropical evergreen forest. Dark green. Yes, Western Ghats and on the eastern side. Then you have the tropical deciduous forest. Then tropical dry forest, thorn forest. Yeah, that's in these desert areas and areas of low rainfall. Then you have the mountain forest in the north and eastern side, and you have the mangrove forest in detail. I'll show you. This is which one? The first one, right now. Evergreen. Tropical evergreen.
Can we give the heading?
Yes, you can give the heading tropical evergreen.
Can you write the importance of it that means? Can you write the importance?
Oh, you didn't write?
No, give the marking.
Aja, who wrote? Who didn't write? Okay. Write down. First is importance. First is productive functions. Same thing. You write later. Leave some space. Everyone has written this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does this look? Evergreen? Green, no?
Yes, ma'am.
And also, there's a lot of rainfall.
Yes,
and you can also see there are various layers. Various layers of plants, okay, right from small bushes to tall trees. So here don't write now. Okay, tropical evergreen or rainforest. You can write down that much. Tropical evergreen or rainforest.
Control this.
Yes, ma'am.
Tropical evergreen or rainforests. Climate conditions. These forests are found in the areas where the annual rainfall is more than 200 centimeters, with a short dry season. Average annual temperature is between 25 degrees Celsius and 27 degrees Celsius, and average annual humidity exceeds 77%.
So average rainfall is more than 200 centimeters temperature is between 25 degrees to 27 degrees Celsius. Then
Annual humidity exceeds 77.
Ma'am, this we have to write.
Yes. Annual humidity is more than 77%.
Ma'am, this comes under climatic conditions.
Yes.
Ma'am, we can write climatic conditions.
No, just write. Just write straight away. Okay. So average rainfall more than 200. So you need heavy rainfall. So this will be in places where there's heavy rainfall. 25 to 27, and humidity also obviously will be more. Why? Because the rainfall is more. Correct.
Why not rainfall is measured in centimeters?
Why?
Rainfall is measured in centimeters.
It is measured because they measure it in the rain gauge.
You had made one day.
You all had it in your, yes.
7th standard project.
7th standard, yeah. You all had it in your syllabus, no? It's measured in a rain gauge, so that is calibrated in centimeters. Okay.
15 centimeter above 15. Get 15 centimeter
Why? Why? Correct. The water should not splash back into it, and it's kept in the open, so that you have actual rainwater falling into it. If it's kept near a tree or a building, then it might block rainwater. Okay.
Distribution. These forests are chiefly distributed in the heavy rainfall areas of the western slopes of the Western Ghats, hills of the northeastern region, and the island groups of Lakshadweep, the Andaman and Nicobar, and Tamil Nadu coast.
So, which are the places? Write down. No, western coast of the Western Ghats. Right?
Western slopes of the
First, so right. First, western slopes of the
Ma'am, I mean, textbook is written distribution. Can we use the word location?
location.
Yes.
These are in different places, no? So better to use distribution only. Get distributed around. If it was one place, it was still okay. Western slopes of Western Ghats.
Northeastern hills.
Hills of northeastern region.
So northeastern hills. Okay. Then
Island groups of Lakshadweep.
and Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you shift the camera towards the right side? The right side part is not visible after western slope.
Yes, ma'am.
Just switch. They won't be able to see the western slope. Okay, over there I have written western slopes of.
Okay.
I'll write till here only.
Okay.
It's fine. Next week.
Now they can see.
Now you can see, no? He's tilted it for you. Okay, done?
I'm seeing.
Okay. Remove this. Western slopes of the Western Ghats, northeastern hills, Lakshadweep and Andaman and Tamil Nadu coast. And Tamil Nadu coast.
I'm done.
Okay, Manani Sana. Okay, ignore. What is to be ignored, not to ignore. So tropical evergreen forest, rainfall more than 200 centimeters, 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, humidity more than 77%, found in western slopes of the Western Ghats. Where are those? These over here. Okay, the Western Ghats are over here. These are the western slopes. That's the windward side. This is the leeward side. Northeastern hills, you can see over there in Dampi, Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar Islands and the Tamil Nadu coast. Here. Above mangrove. Yes. Okay. Characteristic features. What is next? Oh, yes. Yes, and we will give them a chance online. Okay, online students. Read the
Yes,
next
ma'am.
part. On that. Part Chaturvedi. Camera. Part Chaturvedi gets a network
Yes, ma'am.
problem and when his camera goes off.
No, ma'am, I'm seeing the presentation, that's why.
Why your video should go off?
नहीं जाता off.
वो पीसी में नहीं जाता ना
हाँ वो share screen कर रहा है ना आप share screen कर रहे हैं.
सेव स्क्रीन है तो सब कुछ है
हाँ, put it on only, keep it on. Even the others are seeing and their videos are on. Okay, free of breath read.
Ma'am, characteristic features.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Characteristic feature. Since this region remains warm and wet
But
throughout
don't
the
talk
year,
over there. Who's
it has
there?
a
Ma'am, I'm not talking.
Then what you're seeing over there?
Ma'am, I'm just taking my module.
characteristic features. Since this region remains warm and wet throughout the year, it has a luxuriant vegetation of all kinds, trees, shrubs, and creepers which give it a multi-layered structure. Trees reach great heights of more than 60 meters. The carpet layer of herbs and grasses cannot grow because of the dense canopy of trees which do not allow enough sunlight to reach the ground. The trees in this forest do not have a fixed time to shed their leaves, to flower, or for fruition. That is
Wait
why
now. So here we spoke about the canopy of trees. We spoke about multi-layered structure. I asked you to sit this side. You will not move one bit from there. Keep your bag over there. You're sitting in the same line. So multi-layered structure means you'll have different levels of trees right up till the canopy on the top. Different heights, different levels. Okay. And they do not have any fixed period for shedding their leaves. Where deciduous trees are concerned, they shed their leaves in a particular season. Okay, means what do we mean by this point when we are saying they do not have a fixed period of time for shedding leaves? Evergreen you all have done since a long time, right? Evergreen trees, which standard? 6 to 7. 6, 7 standard you are studying about evergreen trees. So in every class you have studied this only, that they don't have a fixed period or a fixed time for shedding their leaves. That's why they always look green. What does that mean?
It means that they can shed now also, and when if they want to shed after 2 months, they can shed.
No, it's not like that. That where they can shed now also, and if they want, they can shed anytime.
The trees that get dried up shed
they shed. But the thing is, see, in evergreen or in deciduous, you have some varieties of trees, correct? You'll have, say, we'll only talk about evergreen. You'll have variety A, variety B, variety different species within evergreen trees, correct? So you'll have A, B, C, D. Now, where evergreen trees are concerned, A will shed their leaves, say, in February. B will, although both are evergreen, B will shed their leaves, say, in March. C will shed in October, like that. Okay, so that's why we say they do not have a fixed time for shedding leaves. And these evergreen forests, how they are, you don't have the same species in one place. So if A is shedding their leaves, that part would have looked brown if all were in that area. But वैसा नहीं होता है. You have all mixed trees over there, mixed species growing. So that is why, because they're shedding leaves at different times, they look green all the time. You don't come to know, but they shed. Okay. Whereas deciduous, whichever the variety may be, they will all have one time when they will shed their leaves. So that's why the deciduous trees, when it's time to shed, the entire forest will look brown, and because the leaves are turning brown and falling and all that. Okay, got that? Yes. Yes. So these forests do not have any fixed period of time for shedding their leaves. Next. You were reading, no? Points are over?
No, ma'am.
Ha. But that part is done with? Okay. Yes,
That is-
Akanksha.
We have to write that.
Akanksha can read economic value.
Yes, ma'am. Economical value. Tropical evergreen forests produce various plant species of high economic value. The timber produced is hard, durable, and fine grade. However, due to tangled mass of canes, palms, bamboos, ferns, and climbers, along with the lack of means of transport, these forests have not been fully exploited.
Why have these forests not been fully exploited?
Due to lack of transport.
Lack of transport, because these forests are very inaccessible. You cannot easily go there. You saw how the forests were. You cannot easily go there, and plus they are all in different places. So you cannot get all the hardwood trees in one place. So that's why it's economically not viable, means it is more expensive to do all that. Plus in evergreen forest, you have a lot of climbers. You know why climbers grow? Climbers, creepers. Why do they grow? उनको sunlight को reach करना होता है. At the bottom of the floor of an evergreen forest, you won't get any sunlight because of the thick canopy. So they want to reach the sunlight. So for that, they take support of the trees and grow. So you'll find a lot of those climbers, and also it becomes difficult to exploit these forests. What more?
Now, economic value still not